Streaming from a rainy Thursday on the avenue. Thought I heard you talking softly. I turned on the lights, the TV, and the radio. Still I can't escape the ghost of you. What has happened to it all? Crazy summer thing. Where is the light that I recognize? But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. Passion or coincidence once prompted you to stay. Pride will tear us both apart. Well, now pride's gone out the window, crossed the rooftops, run away. Left me in the vacuum of my heart. What is happening to me? Crazy, some say. Where is my friend when I need you most? But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. Papers in the roadside tell of suffering and grief. Fear today, forgot tomorrow. Ooh, here beside the news of holy war and holy me. Ours is just a little sorrow talk. And I don't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive.
All right. No, I don't know why I said that. I'm here with you on Wednesday night. Just walked in the door as usual, but I do try to get home at 10, and I didn't make it quite so on time today. Lots of things going on. What's going on with you guys? I was talking to Bloviator in the chat room. We're going to have a special show tonight for Bloviator. This is going to be the Bloviator show. We don't know who you are, so we're just going to talk about things that blow because of you. And we're going to talk about topics. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the IRS. me tell you about the IRS. I'm going to tell you about the IRS. Dear Debbie, you owe us some taxes, so get with it, all right? Now, they gave me some attachments. Oh, I hear Mr. Landlord. Mr. Landlord? Mr. Landlord? Hello?
I said I had you on mute, and I have no reason why.
Oh, no. Who do we have here?
I was the one calling you, and I done muted you. That's dumb.
Mr. Landlord.
What's up, young lady? How is you?
I hate the goddamn IRS with a purple fucking passion. How are you?
I'm going to think that you're in the majority.
Well, I am the custodian of the records of the Internal Revenue Service, the agency. Attached here, too, are 7 pages of records from the agency. These records are kept. Fuck you. Okay, let me just show you what they do here, all right? For the year 2006, all right? Unpaid balance, $26,311, right?
Okay.
Interest, $15,086.65. Penalty, $6,381.75. Total due now, $47,779.30.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's our government at work. Fuck.
I don't understand how they do that. How can they charge that? That is more interest than I've ever heard. I mean...
Yeah, I wonder if you broke that down. What is the average? How much does that work out to be? It's like 8-9%?
It's unbelievable. No, hell no. It's more than that. It's a hell of a lot more than that. It's supposedly something like 26% per annum or something like that. It's illegal.
Well, they're the government, so they get to get away with it. Remember we talked about
No, they're not the government. That's the whole thing. They're not a government agency.
IRS?
Yeah, they're
Internal
not.
Revenue Service?
Correct.
Well, how could I not know that? I always
They are
assumed
not
that they
affiliated.
were part of
What is this stuff?
I'm the only one, remember?
Oh, there's 3. Big deal.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on the air right now. Can I do this in a minute? I'm on the air, Vic. It's so weird. The IRS was, or am I thinking about the money department? What are they called? The
Treasury?
The Treasury. They're a privately owned thing. Is that right?
I don't believe so. They're all the government. I mean, they're just different branches, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that's definitely government. IRS is definitely government. I could look at...
I'm going to look up the Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve should be as well because they print our currency. And in order to do that, you'd have to be in our government.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's a
I'm listening.
It's a pretty tight-knit group. I mean, the people that distribute the money, the people that tax the money, and the people that make the money.
Steve, I hate to break your heart, but the Federal Reserve Bank is not a part of the federal government. They exist because of an act of Congress. Their purpose is to serve the public. So is the Fed private or public? While the Board of Governors is an independent government agency, the Federal Reserve banks are set up like private corporations.
Okay.
Wow.
That's a sweet deal, right?
Can you imagine? They
Just sit back all day collecting.
I want to see what the IRS is. Is the IRS a government agency? And it says, okay, now it says, the IRS is a bureau of the Department of the Treasury and is one of the world's most efficient tax administrators. In fiscal years 2015, the IRS collected more than $3.3 trillion in revenue and processed over 240 million tax returns.
Jesus.
Damn.
Trillions of dollars. Shit.
And they will come after you for every penny of it. They will come after you. They will take everything that you... Do you need something? They will take everything that you fucking own. They'll take the shirt off your back. They're horrible.
Oh, yeah. They'll take your home. They'll take your Furniture, they'll take your car, they'll take it all. And not even bat an eye.
Yeah, well, you got to find it first, bitch. That's what I'm saying right now. You got to find it first. And you got to get past one little thing, and it's called the Innocent Spouse Clause. So, fuck you, IRS. Come at me, fuckers. I am so sick of the goddamn IRS, Steve, I could throw up. I am so sick of them.
Well, this goes back years for you.
Yeah, 15 years
Wow.
of audits coming back. What's up? What do we need? Oh, Victor's standing over my shoulder. I can't stand when somebody stands over my shoulder.
I know.
It makes me crazy. I wouldn't mind if he was in
actually
front of me, but it's just like, ugh. The IRS spent 35 cents for each $100 it collected.
What does that mean? They
I don't
spent
know.
35 cents per dollar on what? Like
It doesn't
their
say.
overhead?
It doesn't say. But I know one thing. They are a crooked agency that I have found out more about. And if they try to do something really rough with me, I'll set it for a jury trial, and I'll have a jury picked of people, just normal people, and I will say, I would like to add this into evidence, and I'm going to add in all of that testimony by the IRS agents in front of the United States Senate, proving that they're a criminal outfit. It's horrible, Steve.
Yeah. They just have so much power. God, they have the power. Good Lord. And there's so many, snake-bellied fuckers that work for them that would sell their soul, that do sell their soul to be part of that.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So morality's not there. That's for sure. I've never known anybody, growing up as a little kid. My father hated the IRS. Uncles, aunts, they all hated the IRS. Like, I grew up hearing that. So, and then I grew up and I started paying taxes. I'm like, oh, fuck, I never got audited. Even owning businesses and stuff, I never got audited, but I couldn't imagine how horrible that would be.
Yeah, because they come back with some crazy amount. And then if you don't have a check to write them for $25,000, oh, excuse me, do you have a check for $25,000, Steve? I don't have a check for $25,000. They start adding on penalties and interest every day of 20-something percent. It's just, it's criminal. It's sad, and it makes me just want to pack up and leave this freaking country. I'm not so sure the Jew didn't have a good idea.
No, I don't agree with anything that Jew has done.
Well, let's just say somebody else. I don't think that it's that bad of an idea to get the fuck out of here. This country is horrible. And I'm not in a bad mood over it. It's just because there's nothing they can really do. But I'm saying that it's just...
Yeah, I mean, you've had enough of it. 15 years is enough shit.
Oh, it's been going on longer than that, ever since I got married.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
And it's tough. And
how have you been other than this crap from these people?
okay. Heather's not going through that great of a time right now. Everything's kind of getting... It's like there's all... here's the thing. I wrote a thing on Facebook, and I said, something? I'm really getting tired of Facebook, and I'm going to tell you why. Because people come on Facebook, and all they do is talk about how happy their lives are and how they get along with everybody and everything's wonderful. And I don't have that great of a life. I mean, I do, but this is what I said. I don't post on Facebook much anymore because I see so many people posting about how wonderful their life is. It's very depressing. Why can't people just be honest? All people do is post about how great their relationships are with friends and family. Maybe it's just me, but my life is not all that great. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we got answers. There's tons of answers. First of all, the likes came from Terry Yates, Salem Mulan, Max Green, Mary Lopez, David Fiker, Julie Lewis, blah, 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 blah. And Steve Rush.
Steve Rush.
But somebody says, love you, honey. That is Party, my very first listener that ever listened to me in my lifetime. Her name was Party. That's how she still listens. Alan Wayne says, have you seen mine lately? Mel says, that's why I pray every day, Debbie. Jacob says, same here. That's why I post pictures of my cat.
Yeah, I think there's a good point there. I think a lot of people do that just to mask what's really going on. So they'll put their animals on there.
Morgan Lawrence says, as humans, we work through the down times to make up times more frequent. Change the things you can and adapt a survivor's mindset of the rest. This is what I'm currently doing with the loss of my daughter. Now, that's Molo, the very first person I ever that was ever my co-host. So, see, that right there, that right there ought to say something about me. That right there, in and of itself, just that alone.
Yeah.
The first two, I mean, look at that. Out of that posting, Jake was my co-host for how many years? Right?
Right.
Molo was the very first co-host I ever had. He's still friends with me. Michelle McDonald, her name is Party. She was one of the very first people, if not the number one first person that ever listened to my show. So what does that say? Not too many people can say that. A lot of people give up on people. And,
yeah.
I
agree.
It's not so much that my life sucks. It's just the fact that I know how many people put bullshit on here that I know. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I use mine, as you know, just for business, just for like friends and music and art. That's it. I don't use it for personal shit. I don't show my grandkids. I don't show anybody out there. You know what I mean? To me, it's just this. You're right. It is just a hodgepodge of fake shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. Everybody comes out there and goes, oh, I just love my darling husband. He's just so sweet. I just love him so much. Mm-hmm. You know, and I'm like, no, you don't. People don't get along like that. I mean, I'm the same as everybody else. People aren't that different. They're just not.
Keep it real, people. Jesus Christ. I hear stuff out here. I'm like, come on. But then again, you do hear the people come out here and say, you know what, I don't even want to live anymore.
This is true.
I'm just like, really? Wow. I guess we wasn't expecting that. And then you hear about people with diseases and people that are dying. And yeah. I'd have to say I've been on Facebook for about 9 years. And I'd probably say 10 people that I've known have died. It's like, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, somebody I know died today.
Yeah.
A girl named Vicky Crumpton.
Vicky Crumpton.
One of the sweetest girls I've ever I ever knew that I went to high school with.
That's too bad.
Died of cancer like everybody else does. It's like that's what we're all going to die from.
I'm not going out that way. I'm going out with a heart attack. Boom, bang, done. I hope so, anyway.
Have you ever thought about suicide?
Never.
I never have once. Never once in my entire life. I can swear on the blood of my children I've never once thought about committing suicide. Isn't that weird? Why not?
I don't know. It's such a horrible thought. If you're in that bad of a place, man, get some help. I pray that you can get some help because that sounds like hell. I know.
It does. It really does. I saw something the other day. I played a song in the very beginning do you know who that was that I played?
I caught the tail end of it. It sounded like Duran Duran.
I won't cry for yesterday.
It's Duran Duran, Ordinary World, right?
World. Well, the reason I played that is I ran into something on YouTube that just broke my heart that had to do with suicide. And they had it on, they actually had it going to that song. And it was people that jump off the bridge in San Francisco. What is that bridge called? I forgot. The San Francisco Bridge?
San Francisco Golden Gate.
The Golden Gate Bridge. No shit. The Golden Gate Bridge. And, yeah, they jump off of it. It's horrible. And they commit suicide. And they had this one guy that looked like one of the neatest guys I could ever meet in my life that jumped off of it. And I felt so freaking bad for this guy. I mean, it literally made me cry when I saw it. And his name was, what was his freaking name? His name was, it just breaks my heart to think of those people that go up there and do that. I'm thinking, yes.
How deep are you that you are going to end it all? I mean, always think about, I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No,
like,
go ahead.
What about your kids? What about your family? What about your aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, relatives, loved ones? How do you say goodbye to everybody and just leave them with that void? How do you leave everybody with that much pain and suffering? And then for the rest of their life, they're going to think, was it something I could have done? It's such a cowardly fucking way to do it. And I know that it's a mental condition. I understand that this is so much darker and deeper than I'll ever understand. but it's horrendous.
Life is a gift, man. And if you just, I mean,
I agree.
I just don't get it. How can you get that low? You know what I mean? How do you get that low?
I think we all get that low. I just think people have different tolerances, and certain people could take certain things. You know what I mean? And somebody will hit a certain level where they no longer can mentally sustain that making sense to them anymore, and that it's easier just to stop everything than to figure it out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. It sort of makes sense. I mean, I just can't understand not thinking that anything is ever going to get any better.
Right. Like you're out of options. There's nothing left in the world.
I mean, maybe
other than death.
Yeah, I do not understand it. I cannot wrap my head around it. I've been low before, but why have I never thought about doing that? I don't understand. What makes me different than somebody else?
I think that you have faith. Faith is a huge part of it. And a lot of people are screaming bullshit when they hear this live or in a rebroadcast. Faith is huge because it gives you something to lean on. And that's what I tell people about why I believe in God, because it gives me something to believe in and something to work towards and something to get better at and help people and do the right things. And having faith is the most important thing I think that you can have. And when you don't have that, you have nothing to turn to. You have no one to turn to. I'm not saying that people that kill themselves don't believe in God, because I'm sure a lot of them do, right? But that is the ultimate sacrifice.
That's a great way to look at it, because when things go wrong in my life, I'm like, hey, man, I need some help, and I need some help now. And it always seems to come through.
Yeah. It's amazing how many times I've gone to prayer, saying, I need help here. I'm deep. And I've been blessed. I mean, that's when I say I'm blessed, like I mean that. Like, you know me, I never talk religion, but it is an important part of who you are and who I am. Though I have a difficult time talking about it. I really do.
No, I totally understand. Totally understand.
Yeah.
Have you heard about the new movie out called The Case for Christ?
I think I saw an ad for it, but no, I don't know too much about it. What is it about?
I didn't either. I didn't know a thing about it until Mr. Midnight Movie told me about it. And I was like, what? Oh, my God. I was.
Does it look good?
I tell you what, I'll tell you this. I bet you that you guys are going to see one of these days, you're going to say, I'll be goddamn, she was right. I can't believe I just said goddamn, but you know what I'm saying? She was right. She was fucking right. It's real. It's really real.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people who just will sit in your fucking jaw and just tell you you're wrong, that it can't be real. Well, you can't tell me that it isn't real because you can't prove that it isn't, or it is. You can't define it either one way or another, and you can't say it's just evolution, because what started evolution? Even that is a falsehood. You can't say that it didn't happen because evolution started from something. And what created that something? And maybe that was in the grander scheme of things, that this little molecule and this certain molecule got together, and these two atoms and blah, 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 all that scientific shit, all came together for a reason. And how did it come together? Maybe God didn't want this grandioso plan. Maybe he wanted it a different way. So if you say, well, it's about science. Well, science is all about God in my mind.
Yeah,
so
God created science.
Right. So there wouldn't be science if it wasn't for God.
Exactly.
And we wouldn't know about evolution if it weren't for God.
And almost every single thing in the Bible that I've ever studied can be explained through science. Like the parting of the Red Sea can be explained through science. The manna that fed the people that after they walked through the desert for 40 years can be explained through science. The walking on water can be explained through science. It's just crazy. Dr. B, religion and science can come together, yet they can also oppose each other. He's so smart.
He's right.
He's
brilliant. He's a very, very smart man. And
you know why? You want to know fucking why? He's autistic.
He's something special out here.
He's
I
just-
enjoy him out here as much as anybody.
Stephen is on the autistic spectrum very lightly. I mean, he's just like one little inch over. He's like 20% or something. I've got the charts and everything. But those are the goddamn geniuses.
Yeah.
Because they stay in their head. You know what I mean? They stay right inside their head all the time. Stephen was a genius. He was bored to death with school. 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. Bored to tears. He was like, Mom, this is so stupid. They could give him the final exam of the year. He would go in and pass the toss.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Well, it's a sad existence. It's a lonely existence because people bore you to death. You're like, yeah, I already know what you're going to say. Dr. B, call in. I always call him. I'm going to make him call into us. No, that's impossible. I can't ring anybody in. You called me. Let's add Dr. B in if he wants to pick up. Dr. B, he is the head guy of the Brony Nation. He is the Brony Nation.
He is one of those people that you're going to want to talk to or hear for sure.
He has a lot of. He's a very influential person. Dr. B, are you there? You weirdo, pick up the phone. You
know what I like about him the most, Deb?
What? Everybody loves him. What?
Is that he comes on the air and he doesn't bloviate. You know what I mean? He doesn't come out here and say 500 things. He'll come out here and he'll make his point and he'll sit back quietly and be respectful. He's the perfect person to have on the show.
He doesn't speak unless he's spoken to. He's on the phone. He's on the call right now, and he won't speak unless I say something to him. That's just the way Dr. B is. Because why? He gets it. He gets it. Dr. B.
Hi, Debbie. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing quite well. Would you like to talk to us just a little bit about the autism spectrum?
Sure, why not?
Awesome.
How did you first come to terms? How did anybody first figure out that you were on the autism spectrum? Who noticed it?
Well, most notably, my mother did not really understand autism until she got help from psychiatrists who examined me on 2 occasions. First, like after a year or 2 after I was born, and it was autism, like it's not exactly below the spectrum, but it's not the average range either. And it wasn't until 2012 when I was examined by the scientists or psychiatrists at the University of Arkansas Medical Sciences in Little Rock that I was determined to have Asperger's.
Okay, isn't that a real light dose of autism?
Well, Asperger's is characterized by a difficulty in social interaction and nonverbal communication. Yet it allows people like me to, communicate thoroughly and clearly.
Wow. Now, how did this work for you when you started public school? What happened there?
Now, the thing is, I have speech problems in speaking certain words or certain phrases, like the TH, the pronunciation. So I have to have a speech therapist for that since middle school. And
since middle school, that was something that was part of your academics?
Well, yeah. And also in everyday life.
Well, I would never have known. Deb, would you have thought that?
I know that
he clear vocal.
Yes, but I know that he's trying real hard to speak perfectly, and I have so much respect for that. You know what? I'm thinking about getting my son in here and getting him on the air with you because my son is also on the very, very low end of the autism spectrum. Now, were you okay? Now, when you went to school, were you 504?
504. Can you care to explain what that is?
Okay. Stephen was 504, which meant if they had 20 spelling words, Stephen had 10 spelling words. If they had 35 definitions to look up in science, Stephen only had 15 to look up in science. He got what was called help or whatever. He could always get up in class and go down the hall and get help from his counselor if he didn't understand something, because he needed only sometimes. But then Stephen would also have to tell the teacher when he was bored to death with a study that they were doing, because he would already have known it. Stephen could figure out math just like that. He called it magic. Stephen could figure out science real easy, things along those lines. And did you have anything like that at all? When you started school, did you have any kind of alterations in your studies or anything? Any kind of help or anything?
I did have an A throughout my middle school until my junior year at high school, and I called her my second mother. Her name is Bonnie Young, and she's right now a special ed teacher for Southside School District.
Wow. Well, now when Stephen got bored to death in junior high school, he came to me and he said, "Mom, I can't do it anymore. Please don't make me do this." I said, "Okay, fine." So he went on homeschool, again. And he stayed on homeschool for about 2 years. And then I said, "Stephen, you need to go to high school." He said, "Okay, I want to go." He went there and was sleeping in the class and was surrounded by so many idiots that they were calling push-ins or push-throughs. There's push-outs and push-throughs, people that they just give an A no matter what you do. If you show up to class, you get an A. Stephen couldn't handle that. And so they took Stephen to a counselor's office down the hall, and the counselor said, "Stephen, you would be best in our blankety-blank program." I forgot the name of it. And Stephen finished high school in 9 months.
Wow.
Amazing.
He would come home. It was so weird, guys. I promise you it was bizarre. He would come home with these yellow copies. He would sign. They would fill it out, and the teacher would sign, and he would sign. And the pink one went to this, and the blue one went to that, and the yellow one went to the parents. And he would come, "Here's another one." And I would go, "God damn." It would say English 1, completed. English 2, completed. English 3, completed. Biology 1, completed. I would go, "Stephen, my God." He just went in, they gave him the book, and when he was ready, they gave him the final. And he would look at the book for like maybe a day or two. He finished school in 9 months. High school, graduated.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
I know, and so it's just like, even in his college studies, they're like, it reminds me of Patch Adams. Stephen reminds me of Patch Adams. He doesn't even try, and he gets good grades. Stephen's just I'm so proud of Stephen. But I keep his life kind of private. What he does, where he's at, what he's doing, who he's with, what he does, boyfriend, whatever, girlfriends, anything like that, I keep it completely private. Because
I respect that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't talk a lot about Stephen, but I will tell you that he is very, very intelligent. Scary. But, yeah.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy. He really does. He's always very respectful when he comes in a room. He'll ask you questions, but, only in a respectful way. So that's kind of cool.
That's what.
But yeah, he's a wild man. I don't know if you guys have not seen the videos or heard. He's as fun and as crazy as any kid you'll ever see.
He'll kill you. Yeah, he'll kill. Stephen will kill you. He'll kill you.
And a sense of humor you'll never hear anywhere else. It's just off the chain sense of humor.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, he'll send text messages. I should make him bring his cell phone in here so we can read the text messages that he sends back and forth to a guy named Jason or a guy named Will. It'll just be like, "What's up, nigga?" Or he'll say "nig nog," and then they'll talk like they're black, or they'll be country, or they'll be. Sometimes when he's playing on Twitch, he's Spanish, and he'll speak Spanish to the people. He'll act like he doesn't know how to speak Spanish. He'll be a Spanish person that doesn't speak English very well. He's so stupid. He just does the craziest things. Well, I'm for one glad to have you here, and I'll tell you what, Dr. B. I'm surprised you have made it through the obstacle course with these people on here. I'm telling you what. You tell him, Steve, how tough these guys can be.
Yeah, you are liked by everybody, at least on this show. I don't know about other shows because I can't speak about them. But yeah, you definitely have passed the grade. I was just telling Deb before you picked up, like, when you're on the call, it's always a good thing. You're not a trollish, or you're not out there for drama or any of that other shit. You just give people room. You let people talk, and when you're spoken to, you speak. And when you do speak, it's always something that's educated and informative. So I appreciate you being out here, man.
Thanks, Steve.
For sure.
You're welcome, Dr. B. Now, where do you come up with the name Dr. B? Is that just your online handle? And if so, is your real name Jacob?
Well, Dr. BRISTOL is the name for my pony OC. And yes, Jacob is my real name.
Jacob, what a sweetheart you must be.
Thanks.
Shake your mother's hand for me. Somebody did a good job raising you. Do you owe most of it to your mom?
Well, yes, and my father, plus God as well.
Oh, very nice.
How about that? We've got a live one on the wire here.
Yeah, that was a good line right there.
I don't see how people do it. I really don't. I don't see how people do it without. I don't think I could make it without it. I really don't. Without him, I couldn't do it. I don't see how I would have survived.
I agree.
Yeah.
Care to share an amazing story that happened with you that you know it was an intervention through God, through the Holy Spirit? Care to share one of those?
Well, I don't remember the exact details, but I can remember one occasion which the encounter with God has changed my life as far as, where I'm going. One of those times that when I was young back then, probably at middle school age, I went to a Baptist church, which is near the international airport, and my mother drove me there, for regular church services, like for Wednesdays and Sundays. It was one of those times that I have been baptized. Baptized onto the Holy Spirit, not onto the Holy Fire.
Right. But I'm saying, is there any kind of weird miracle type thing happen in your life that caused you to say, I know that was God? No, not yet.
Not yet.
Could I share one real quick, Deb?
No. Yeah, of course, Steve. Don't be ridiculous.
Well,
Steve.
no, I realized if you were in line of question, I don't want to step over it. I flew to Germany to see my sister who was dying. And when I was in her room, she was already comatose at that time. And the doctor said, well, she wasn't going to make it for but a couple more days. And so I'm standing by the bed. My brother is on the other side, and her husband's at the foot of the bed. And we're just standing there. And I look up, and, I've been through some rough stuff, as everybody has. I looked up and I looked in her face, and she just made a sound, and I knew that was it. Like, I knew somehow inside of my brain, I knew that she was going to die, like, in the next few minutes. Now I'm in Germany at Ramstein Hospital, right outside of Ramstein Air Base. I don't know where any exits are, where any doors are. So I go downstairs because it's only like 3 stories. I go downstairs and I asked one of the officers, I said, I need to get out to the garden there and I need to pick some flowers quick. Just anything, daisies, anything. And they were little white flowers. And I remember picking them up, bundling them, getting back upstairs to her room, putting them right by her feet. Within 5 seconds, she took her last breath.
Wow. So she waited on you.
That's what I kept thinking. That's what I kept thinking.
How old was she when
knew I
she
was
left?
coming back.
How old was she?
40. She was just going to turn 41. She was 40.
When did this happen?
2001. My mom died 1999. My mom died. My brother died in 2001, and my sister was 2002. Sorry.
Bam, bam, bam.
So, yeah, it was tough, but that's when faith comes into the whole thing, and that's where you lose your mother, the most important person in your life, your brother, your sister. It's the gravest moment in your life. But if you have something that you believe in, and you know that it's going to be okay because one day you'll be with them again, you can get through it, and that's what faith is. Just be a good person and earn it.
You think so? Yeah. I don't even look at it like that, like one day I'm going to be with them again. I just look at it like, I don't know how I look at it. I just look at it like, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how I look at it. I just know that whenever I need help, whenever I need something, he's there. And it's just never felt. And it's just...
You never think of like the grander scope things, like when you pass on, will you be able to see your mom or an uncle or an aunt that passed on, your dad? You don't believe that someday that'll happen, or just something you never think about?
I believe in the technology world that we live in today. I believe that there is enough evidence out there of an afterlife that I do believe that. But, So
why wouldn't they be there?
Well, I'm sure they will be.
Yeah.
But it just seems like a long time just to stand around and talk to the same old people all the time. I would just get so bored.
Well,
I don't like to be around people. I don't like to be around people that much.
I think it'll be different in that situation. I know it's exactly what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
And like
oh boy,
my little granddaughter died. It's like
day
1,642
1042 with my mom and my dad. Boy, this is fun.
Well, I'm sure there's more to do up there than that.
I know, but
I'm guessing it's got to be fun.
You know what I'm saying, though? They'll be like, yay. Oh, boy. I mean, I don't know if you sleep. I don't know what goes on. I don't know what. I really don't.
I don't know.
I don't either. Nobody knows.
I never thought of sleeping in heaven, Deb.
Now,
maybe cruising around on a cloud or something.
I have heard that the closest they've come to showing us a little peek into what it looks like is the movie Ghost.
I don't know.
Hi, Audrey.
AudreyBones.com.
AudreyBones.com. And as a matter of fact, right before I got on the air, I had another EVP come through. You want to hear it? What did I do with it?
Absolutely.
You ready? Here it is. Hey, what's up? I hear hey. I didn't get any of the white noise out of it. I just think it's here. It says hey, what's up? Isn't that weird?
That's what it sounded like.
Did it sound like that to you? Oh, it's kind of low. Let me turn it up. Maybe I can hear it this way. Okay, here now it's going to be really loud. I hear, hey, what's up? Here we go. That sounds like Joe Seeker's chair. Wait just a second.
I was going to say it sounds like an old wooden chair. That's an Angry Bomb chair.
Wait, let me do it just a little bit faster.
Sorry.
It just came out of nowhere. It was dead silent. It was dead silent when they said that. Whatever it was. And I want to show you something really freaking weird. Now, I don't know what this is, Steve. And Dr. Bristol. When I was gone, I had 2 voicemails come through. And this is the weirdest shit you've ever heard in your life. You want to hear these voicemails?
Absolutely.
If you check
sure.
they're going to say, the next message is... And then it gets quiet, and then it goes...
There is an Leslie Whittam show. Hi, Jared Whittam here. We finally made it to Miami. Art Basel. We're going to have a real garage sale. Jared, I think quite frankly, the most interesting car we've got here today. $5, man. Where you can get a cowboy for $5? And a cow. So, how am I going to get this New York? I can create it for you, but don't believe everything your friends tell you. Don't be so naive. Yeah. From what he said, he was slightly irrational at the time.
What is that?
I don't know.
I don't get it. It sounds like voices upon voices upon voices, and then it just goes, to save, click this, and to do that, click this, and I just thought, that is too weird.
You don't remember the number at all?
It's a blocked call.
You think it was just an accidental butt dial or something? Because
I don't know.
It seems like a random conversation in a car.
I know. And then the whole thing turns around and goes in reverse. No, it sounds crazy.
Maybe they went backwards.
Maybe they turned around.
Yeah, we're going home.
We're now going in reverse.
I don't know.
And I won't cry for...
Oh.
Now it's going in reverse, I think. Wait. That is
and
weird.
Now it makes less sense.
That is bizarre. That is so weird. I'm like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, that's not very It's not very informative.
I won't cry for yesterday. EVPs come and go all the time around here. And that's the only proof that I have that there's something on the other side, because I don't know what that is. I mean, I know not that. That one was kind of weird, but I've had some weird ones happen before. Really weird stuff happened before to us. They were in the form of EVP, electronic voice phenomena.
Dr. Bristol, do you believe in that?
Well, I do believe in the supernatural. It's just that the more I think about the supernatural, I'm thinking more of a biblical perspective, because after watching so much of Ghostbusters, I realize if I believe in something like souls, I don't believe souls could possibly, be walking around the earth for millennia or forever. I believe that once a person dies, their soul would either transmigrate to heaven or hell, depending on God's judgment.
But what about the part in the Bible where he says, I go to prepare a place for you, and where I go, my Father's house has many rooms, and he will come back to judge the living and the dead. I don't think we've been judged yet. I don't think anybody's in heaven. That's just my opinion.
Right.
I think
yes.
You know what I mean? I think there's just going to come a time when we're all waiting in a long line or something. I really don't know. I do not know.
I hope there's not long lines in heaven. I hate waiting.
But there are some people that believe that the absence of life is the presence of God. So I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I don't understand it. All we know is what the Bible tells us about where we go. And all we know, as far as my religion goes, is what Jesus Christ told us. And that would be in the book of Luke. It is chapter... I don't remember which chapter it is. It's when it was the Ascension. Do you know the Ascension?
I do.
And
don't ask me verbatim, but I do know it.
Right. Well, in the Ascension, he comes back. He says, "Meet me meet me at our secret place or whatever." They go there, and he's up on this hill, and they said, "Where are you going?" The best way for me to show y'all this is with audio, because there was a thing done on the Bible that was the most brilliant, absolute portrayal of the Bible, and it is the scene of when they were getting ready to go to Jerusalem, because they knew that there was warrants out for Jesus' arrest, and I thought, this is really fucked up. If we go there, everything's going to suck. And so he sat with them and he said, what's up? What's going on? And it would be, let me see if I can find that scene so y'all can hear it. It's just amazingly played out. It's just amazing the way he says these words to them. He says, how can we know where you're going? How can we know what's going on? We don't even know where you're going. And he said, no, that was the Last Supper. That's right. There's so many, oh my gosh, there's just so many parts I just get so excited about, and I could just talk about all night.
You do. You literally, like, Bristol, I don't know if you remember, she used to do every Sunday, she'd have Bible study. She'd do every Sunday, she'd have a Bible class. A lot of people, I don't know if you guys checked it out, but it was, even if you weren't into religion, I think it opened doors and opened your mind, at least to believe in the possibility. You know what I mean? And I listened to a few episodes, never called in, never thought to, because I was so outranked with you and, Mr. Solution.
Yeah.
It was so outranked.
Pretty wild stuff.
So I felt stupid listening to some of it even. I'm like, I don't know. I should know that.
Dr. Bristol, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, watch this. Watch what he says to him, okay?
Hello to all of our friends at the National Network of Youth Ministries.
It's Debi and Goliath. That's Abraham and his son. That's Abraham. It's the burning bush. It's the tablets. That's Jericho. That's when he was arrested. That's a birth. It's when he's going to go meet Peter. Here we go. This is my favorite part. Now, let me warn you, When they filmed this, every actor was in tears. They couldn't hold themselves back. This is the actor that played Jesus. Watch what he says.
The dramatic presentation of the Last Supper is absolutely emotive and impactful, and it takes what we take as common occurrence, for instance, the Last Supper, communion, the betrayal. It pulls that in a very dramatic, emotional interaction with Jesus and his disciples.
But now I must tell you that one of you here will betray me. Who? Whoever eats this,
I will not. I will not betray you.
do it quickly.
And now the demons come into him, and he hangs himself.
Let him go.
That's Peter, the badass. He told Peter, he said, "You are my rock. Upon you I will build my church." But the scene that really gets me is the actual scene, the Last Supper, and I believe this is it. A lot to take from this scene.
What does he want us for? To take supper?
This is Peter, this is Judas. Peter was the badass, Judas was the betrayer. They represent people in your life to learn from. It's Doubting Thomas. That's John. That's Matthew. They had dinner every night, but this he knew it was going to be their last one.
We thank you, Lord, by whose word everything comes to be. Amen. Amen. This is our last meal together. Before I die.
What do you mean?
I'm going to be betrayed to my enemies. Arrested. And condemned to death. Don't be afraid. Trust in God. Trust in me also. You know the way to where I'm going.
We don't know where you're going. How can we know the way?
Hold on. Oh, it's both of them. I can't add you in right now, boys. Hang on just a second, you crazy wild maniacs.
I am the way, the truth, and the life. Take it. This is my body.
He must have been scared out of his frickin' mind, man. I mean, think about what he was going to go through. Oh my gosh. And he was doing that for every human on the planet. You know? I mean, think about it. Man.
It's pretty amazing.
Let's see what these crazy boys want. I want to finish this. Let me see if they'll wait a second. Hold on. Hold on just a minute, you weirdos. Hang on. Sloopy. I love those boys. Okay, those are my babies.
This is my blood.
You know, the worst thing that can happen when somebody dies is not being remembered. You know?
Yeah, that would really suck.
Think about how sad. And he's begging them, please remember me. Remember me every time you eat. If that is what you have to do, then do that. You know, he just made it up on the fly, you know. Just here, remember me when you eat.
Remember me by doing this. I'm going to the Father, but I will always be with you. Now I must tell you that one of you here will betray me.
Not betray you.
You will all fall away.
Rabbi, I will not fall away. I will lay down my life for you.
What does he say to Peter, Dr. B?
Oh, you mean Matthew or
Peter?
Oh, Peter. Oh, he said, yeah.
Before the cock crows.
Before the cock crows.
You will betray me 3 times. Thrice you will betray me. And he does 3 times. People woke up and they said, you were with him. He goes, I don't know who you're talking about. There was one. And then the second one goes, where is he? Because he had a warrant out for his arrest. Jesus was wanted for being a rebel rouser, for getting everybody all uppity, bajiggity and everything about this stuff. And they were like going, and the Jews, the high priest, had him ordered dead through Pontius Pilate. And Pontius Pilate didn't want to do it. This is the most amazing story, people, you've ever seen in your life. I mean, I don't have to watch this to know it. I know this story like the back of my hand. But he tells him, but you'll deny me, because he knew that they were just men, and men are weak. He knows we're weak. He knows you're weak. He knows that we give into temptation. We lie. We say, God damn it. We say all these different things because he knows we're not like that. We're weak. And he tells him, Peter, I love you, and you will be with me one day, but you are going to deny me 3 times to save your own ass.
Will you?
I will.
Oops, another message from Dad.
Peter, I tell you, before dawn, you will deny me 3 times.
See, I think that if anything, we are to take so many life lessons from this. This is what the Bible is all about. It's basic instructions before leaving Earth, okay? And they're saying right here, throughout your life, Debbie, Steve, and Dr. B, you're going to have people that you're going to say, man, why didn't you stand up for me? They can't. They don't have the oomph that you have. Some people say, Heather would say, I would never treat Stephen like that. Never. Mom, you know that. But Heather, that's not the issue. The issue is not whether or not you would treat Stephen like that. The issue is that he did, and you have to rise above that. That's what separates me from most people. Boom, boom, kaboom. I just said it. I look at people's inequities, their insecurities, and I have them too. You may be able to do things that I don't do, but that's what he's trying to teach us, and people don't pay attention close enough to what he's trying to do. This is all examples to live by. There's all the 12 disciples represented the 12 tribes, and they are the 12 different people that you will come into in your life. The doubt, oh, Steve, you don't do that, Steve. You don't love me, Steve. You don't this, Steve. That's doubting Thomas. And you have to watch how Jesus deals with him. He just smiles at him and says, my doubting Thomas, I love you. He just doesn't go, well, you should understand me. And it's just how you're supposed to treat people. And then there's John, the soft one, the angel, the sweetheart, the one that he adored, John. John was so weak. He was not weak, but he was just so sensitive. Mm-hmm. And it's how Jesus treats him different than the other disciples. And then you have Mary Magdalene, the prostitute, how he deals with her. It's just bizarre the way everything. It's crazy. It's an amazing story. And even if you're an atheist, you're gonna love the story because it's phenomenal. I mean, it's will give you chills. I remember when we used to sit and it was a family event to watch Moses. Like it was a family thing. That's a pretty because it was just was it amazing? Did you think it was like the best thing ever? I did. You mean the parting of the Red Sea with Moses? No, it was called the what the hell was the name of that movie? Where's Mr. Midnight movie? I just watched it 2 nights ago. What's the name of that movie? Oh my God! I don't know, the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments. Sorry, yeah. We're so stupid. Oh my gosh, that's Old Testament stuff. That's Old Testament stuff. Even though they have found so many things about that, things that have happened that are true, that proof and all that kind of stuff. Proof is scary, but it's a necessity. I think it's everybody has a different take on religion. Everybody, you, me, Bristol, everybody out there has a different view. There are those that just have the Catholic view, which believes strictly in just the Bible, and I don't. I go outside the Bible a lot, only for my own reasons, not for any particular reason, just because I find it more believable. So I don't believe that God exists only in churches. I don't like. My family believes that. Like you have to go to a church, otherwise it's sacrilegious, and I don't believe that for a split second. I don't think that God would do that. So it's strange, but I think God's wherever you are. I don't worry about anything. And I think it's a personal relationship you have with him. Yeah, I agree. That sounds... Have you ever known a person that was real boisterous that thought his shit didn't stink and he was all high and mighty back in high school or college, or even now, somebody you might love? I know somebody now, yeah. Me? No. Okay. Watch how we're supposed to deal with them. Now, when you first came to a city back in these days, you had to go through the gates. When you went through the gates, you had to pay. You had to check in. You had to say, "I'm Steve. I'm Steve from Ogle." Hello, Steve from Ogle. I'm Doctor from Bristol. You know, that's how he was Jesus from Nazareth. You know, you always said you just really had one name. And this is the day that they were collecting taxes. And watch what happens. It's a big lesson here.
All taxes must be paid in full! Take it away. No, go!
They're all Jews. How can they live with themselves? Our own people working for Rome. These people make me sick.
Collaborators. Let's move on.
This is Heather going, Mom, come on, Mom. No, not going to do it, Heather. This is Ananias. He works for them. He's one of the high priests. He's one of their assistants.
They're stinking vermin. You should keep your distance.
2 men went to the temple to pray. One a Pharisee, and the other one a tax collector. The Pharisee prayed, God, I thank you that I'm not like other men. Thieves, adulterers, or this tax collector. But the tax collector didn't even look up to heaven. He said, God, have mercy on me. I'm a sinner. God bless the tax collector, not the Pharisee. Anyone who praises himself will be humbled, and anyone who humbles himself will be praised.
Matthew, come.
And he named him. Matthew means something. I'd have to look it up. That's Matthew. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. That's Matthew. That's how he got with him. So he joins the gang and off they go.
Now he even calls the sinners to follow him. One has to wonder of the sins committed by his other followers.
Look at Peter. Look at Peter. Look at Peter. Peter's fixing to kick his ass. Peter was a badass. He was always drawing his fist back, and he was like, Peter, he who lives by the sword will die by the sword. So many wonderful things. So many wonderful things to learn. My favorite story is, of course, the story of David and Goliath. David was just a nothing. He was y'all. I'll have to shut up. I could go on forever.
No. Actually, David and Goliath was another one of those films that we watched as a family.
Really?
It was an amazing film. I was like, this guy, to me, it was just like a superhero. You know what I mean? As a little kid. But my family, like, that was the one we'd sit down and watch together. Yep.
He was a shepherd, and the King Saul was an evil. I forgot to call the boys. King Saul was an evil king, and he had gotten kind of crooked with God. And his, no, you're not going to bed, sugar. Don't sugar me, sugar pie, honey bun. Let's read this. Where are you at, Lollipop? You're on the group call, you numbnuts. Is he still? He might have gone to bed.
Oh, no. I know what you're talking about.
Mr. Floovy Fop Floovers. He stayed up.
.org.
Did you hear how late he stayed up? Hey! Rude. Welcome.
I've kind of missed every show since last weekend. I've been just tired.
Welcome to King Burger, where you can have it your way, but don't get crazy.
Don't get crazy.
Mr. Dr. Bristol, have you seen Bon Qui? Have you seen
Bon Qui?
Bon Qui, Queen Boyga. She's the best.
He's trying to think about it. There's no thinking about it, buddy.
Here's
You didn't see it.
Bon Qui. I have a complicated order.
I love when you and Jake used to do it.
Oh, yeah. Welcome
Mark was supposed to meet me yesterday, and he didn't show up.
Look
Girl,
at her.
I will cut him.
Look at her fingernails.
Girl, yes, I will. You remember what happened last time, right? When he had said he didn't hook up with Tracy, and then I had found out he did. Girl, I cut him. Oh, girl, yes, I did, girl. She said, yes, I. You see me in the middle of a conversation? Don't interrupt. Rude. I'm gonna have to call you back. Welcome to King Burger, where we could do it your way, but don't get crazy.
Alright, can I get a number 6 with a cookies and cream milkshake?
You sure you just don't want a Coke?
Pardon?
I gotta get the ice cream out, put some cookies all up in it. I don't even know how to use that blender. They're gonna be pressing all these crazy buttons. No, you can have a Coke. Let me get number 6 with a large Coke. Next.
Hi, I'll have a number 3 with no cheese, no tomato, and no lettuce.
Dang, anything else? I got a complicated order. Let me get number 3 with no cheese, no tomato.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, sir. You see me trying to put in my order? Don't interrupt. Rude. And no lettuce. That's it. What?
I changed my mind about the cheese.
Oh, now you want some cheese.
Yes.
Now you want some cheese? You see me put in the order, why you didn't say nothing in the first place?
I tried to, but...
No, sir, don't get loud with me, sir. Do not get loud with me. Oh, no. Security!
Not getting loud.
Security. This dude needs to go. He needs to go. Needs to go. Thank you.
Bon Qui.
Oh, hey, Mr. Williams. How are you today, sir?
I've had better days, Bon Qui. This is the 5th time you've called security. Now, how many times do I have to tell you cannot call security just because somebody has a complicated order?
Is that what you had said?
Yes, that's what I had said.
Oh, okay. You right, Mr. Williams. Okay, I'm sorry. Next, please.
Hi, can I get a number 5 with a boneless, skinless chicken that is slightly seasoned?
No. Security! Security. This should need to go. Need to go.
Wait. What?
Sir, she was trying to fight me, sir.
No, I wasn't. Well, I will cut you.
I'm sorry. She's with our Out of the Hood program. Thank you.
Oh, shit. Hey, Dwight.
Hey, what's going on, Bon Qui?
I didn't know you come here.
Yeah, man, I ain't on no house arrest no more.
Okay. What you want to order, boo?
Hey, let me get number 3, and instead of fries, let me have some onion rings up in there, bro.
Okay, that's all you want?
Yeah, bro.
I don't know what I want.
Oh, what?
Oh. Let me put in your order.
Okay, then. Yeah.
And that is Bon Qui. You've just been schooled on Bon Qui.
Yep. Awesome.
You gotta love Bon Qui. I got a complicated order.
Security.
Security. Yeah.
Security.
Jake and I used to do that a lot. Fun stuff.
I think it used to open every show for like a month.
Jake was so good.
How is Jake doing?
Fantastic.
Awesome.
He's got a great job, a new car, a great apartment. He's happy. Everything's great. I mean, his family life is dick, but, most people's is. But, you just have to go with whatever bullshit they tell you on Facebook. Everything's just super.
My life is absolutely magic.
It's wonderful. I have the best life in the world.
Your life sucks compared to mine.
Well, you could be right.
Well, no, that's what people say.
Like, I know.
Like,
it's ridiculous.
God.
I hate everybody in the world. I'm sorry. She's from our Out of the Hood program.
Out of the Hood program.
Dr. B, you're so funny and cute. I just love
Dr.
having
B
you.
in the house.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Joe Seeker-Pops. I talked to him today somewhere, or maybe I dreamed it. I don't know. I talked to him one time today. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I think we're on Talk Stream Live tonight and talking about the paranormal versus the IRS versus what goes on in the Bible that people choose not to believe. You know, there's no proof out there. I cannot prove anything. I can't show you a picture of Jesus, him and I together, but I can show you this. This is what Mr. Midnight showed me. Mr. Midnight movie showed me. Y'all watch. There is a new movie coming out called The Color Crew. That's what Baby Boy watches. It's called The Case for Christ. And this is going to rock some people's worlds. Check it out.
Oh, yeah.
If somebody wanted to do an investigation into Christianity...
True story.
Where would you start?
If the resurrection of Jesus didn't happen, it's a house of cards.
You sure you want to give me that loaded gun?
I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to pull the trigger.
I've spent my entire career as a journalist, uncovering the truth. Until the day my wife presented me with the biggest story of my life.
I'm not going to lose my wife and my kids to something that I can't even reason with.
And what happened next changed me forever.
How can we even talk about historical evidence for the resurrection?
The Gospels are filled with contradictions.
The empty tomb is based on evidence. And isn't evidence your trade?
We all bet our lives on something.
The question is, what's it going to be?
As much as I would like to help out a fellow skeptic, what you're proposing is impossible.
Could Jesus survive being spiked to the cross?
There is no evidence of anyone ever surviving a full Roman crucifixion.
Just because I write something down and I bury it in the dirt, that doesn't make it true.
What I felt was something more real than anything I've ever felt in my life.
I'm praying for you.
Do you really want to know the truth, or is your mind already made up?
Stop blaming me and the church and God and do your job.
No one's ever proven if the shroud is the actual burial cloth of the Christ. But whenever someone looks in those eyes for the first time, suddenly becomes a real person.
Do you think that was the real shroud? They're not supposed to ever allow cameras in there. Yeah. Don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't.
Don't think so, Deb.
I don't think so either. It must have been a knockoff.
No, I was going to say the UV light would damage it.
Absolutely. It would be like crazy.
I remember seeing pictures of it as a kid, the Shroud of Turin, and I was like, oh my gosh, is that really? And you look at it and you think about it and you're like, is this really possible? And I guess the jury's still out. And a lot of people do believe it. A lot of people don't.
They did a show about it the other day. A lot of people talk about it. It's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a crazy story. This is a scene that is amazing. There's only like 2 scenes they have out on YouTube right now for it. This is one of those scenes.
Cool.
The TV's all staticky again. Tried banging on it. That's not working anymore.
Did you check the roof?
Yeah, the antenna's fine. Maybe you should call the repair guy, see if he can come by and take a peek at it.
Sure. Hey, so I went to see Alfie last week. Alfie, Superwoman who saved our daughter.
Right.
Alfie. So she invited me to her church, and I went.
Really? Oh, I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, well, I wanted to go.
Can't we just give it a break, Les? Okay, I know you were rattled the other night.
Are you interested in hearing me or just condescending?
No, that's not what I'm trying to do here. Okay, but Allison's fine, hon. Let's not go crazy.
I'm not acting crazy. Am I acting crazy?
It was a wrong choice of words. I don't think you're crazy. I think you're pregnant. And a little crazy. And scared, and I get it.
Do you? Because I'm not done yet.
Okay.
So I went to church. And I don't know exactly how it happened, but I felt something. And so I went again tonight. And I know this is going to be weird to hear because it's weird to say, but I prayed.
So what are you telling me, Les?
I'm saying that I talked to Jesus. I told him I want him in my life.
You what? Why? Why would you?
Hey, stay with me, hon. This is a good thing.
What did this Alfie woman say to you?
It was my decision. Okay?
I don't accept it.
You don't get to accept it. I'm not asking. I'm telling you what happened and you're not hearing me. Okay. Listen, hon, it's me. This is me talking to you. It's me. Honestly, this is something that I think I've been thinking for a long time and I just haven't been able to say anything because of who you are.
Oh, are you kidding me, Les?
I know this is a lot.
A lot? A lot? You dropped this on me. What does that even mean?
Well, I don't know what it means, but I know it's a good thing for me, for us.
No,
yes,
okay,
yes.
This is not us, Leslie. Whatever this is, okay, it is not us.
Can
you are
you
on
listen
your
to me
own.
and not get
I am
mad?
listening to you, and that's the problem. So if you're serious about
And
this,
I am.
Okay, well then I don't know what to say to you
Don't
about
say
whatever
anything,
this
then.
is.
Just listen to what I'm trying to say because I'm trying to explain that I felt something that is maybe more real than anything I've ever felt in my life.
Oops.
More real than
Bad choice of
anything
words.
you felt in your life.
Okay, I'm not trying to compare.
Got it.
I'm
No, you know what? I don't want to hear any
Come
more
on.
of this. Okay?
Hun.
I have no idea what this movie has in store, but I have a feeling that it's going to really rock some people's worlds. Just saying.
What's it called?
The Case for Christ?
The Case for Christ. Is it going to be a TV series or?
No, it's in the big screen. It's out in the movie theaters.
All right.
And it's based on a true story. So I've never heard of it. Yes.
Have you ever met somebody that was so into religion that it almost made you sick?
Yes, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Oh.
I had a friend down the street that would say, Debbie, have you found Jesus? And I'd be like, I didn't know I was supposed to be looking for him. You know, I just think it's horrible the way some of these people. Now they have this one right here called The Second Coming of Christ, which is coming out too. This is starting to get a little bit powerful around here. You know.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
What did you think about that, Dr. V?
I think it's going to be really amazing.
You know, have y'all ever seen the Passion of Christ?
I did.
What did you think about that, Joe?
I thought it was.
I called you Joe. What did you think about that, Steve?
I thought it was amazing. I thought it was just so incredibly epically done. You know what I mean? And this just, yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody thought that he had it in him to create such a piece of art.
It was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing.
Mel Gibson.
How do you pronounce this name right here? Jim Caviezel? Caviezel? Because the I and the E. Y'all, I want y'all to listen to what this guy has to say. It will totally blow your mind. Listen, I'm going to go forward to the good part.
Surfing movie as a front, and he started talking about Jesus this and Jesus that different thing, and I'm looking at him thinking about Jesus on a surfboard.
Right? He walks on water, but he might not surf, right?
Yeah. So I said, you want me to play Jesus? And he says, yeah. And the next day, he called me at home, and he tried to talk me out of it. And, that's how it is. You make a commitment to Christ that you're going to do that, and then the devil comes in and sifts you out. And all of a sudden, I shouldn't have had this meeting. I shouldn't have done this. I've done all these things, and people will find out eventually that this is the kind of person I am. And I can't do this movie. I'm the wrong guy. I shouldn't direct this. And so he called me. He says, if you do this movie, you may never work in this town again. I don't want to be responsible for that. And I felt the fear because I thought of all the nice things that I have, and I realized that God had got me into this business, that my talent came from God, not from man. And so I said, look, man, we're all called to carry our own cross. If you don't pick up and carry your cross, you will be crushed by the weight of it. He got real quiet on the phone, and I said, oh my. He said, what? I said, I just realized my initials are JC, and I'm 33 years old. And he says, God, you're freaking me out. And hung up the phone.
Yeah, enough said, right? It's kind of a, well, yeah. He what can you say? You know, I mean, kind of portrays the lifestyle that he's in now. But you know, as you built a relationship with him and you accepted the role, obviously there were incredibly hard physical demands upon you. You know, learning the language, just obviously the climate you were going to be working in. Talk about your preparation for the role and what it took from you.
Well, initially I just said, all right, here's a script. I read it. And, okay, this is what you do with any script, and I start researching it.
Something about this guy reminds me of you, Steve, the way he looks. I don't know what it is. There's something about his face and his body. Everything looks like you. I don't know what it is. But now this guy is so cool. He's got a gorgeous wife, 2 kids. He drives a Harley Davidson. If you were to meet him, you would never think that this guy was a born-again Christian. Just listen to what he says. This is really interesting. Do y'all find this interesting?
Yeah, no, this is really cool.
Okay.
And this one was right to the Bible. But what was amazing is that everybody wants resurrection. Nobody wants suffering. But can you have the gold medal without suffering? Mm-hmm. Can you sit on? Does a man, when he's sitting there and his country's flag is going up, and he's got a gold medal around his neck and he's weeping, is he going, I'm crying because Nike just called and is giving me a $30 million contract? That must be it. Yeah. Or is it that I see the sacrifice, I see my family suffering, I see them you're joined to a lot of other people that have given so much into your country and to people that have given their life for God and paying with their own blood. And you hear the Star Spangled Banner. Much the same way in this piece, I wanted this thing to transcend. If I'm going to do this movie, I don't want to do the passion of mediocrity or something that is a little pagan, that he wasn't handed over by his own, that only the Romans were so responsible. But if you look at it day after day, that we all are part of handing Christ over when we contribute to sin, especially when we betray him and we are Christians. But Jesus then continues to tell us to get back up, to try, to keep going. Doing the movie going about doing this movie was, thinking that if we had done this thing in a controlled set, you would have never saw the performance. It was truly birthed in pain. Wow. And it immediately threw me on my face. So right from the get-go, I had my shoulders separated. At that point, I'm thinking, God, hey, hello, we're trying to do a movie here. I'm an actor.
Right.
Just an actor here. You're letting, the devil or whatever to destroy us. Yeah. At the same time, we're getting phone calls and stuff from major publications saying, expressed interest that Mel Gibson is anti-Semitic. And all this stuff is compounding over and over. The cursing, remember at one point, Mel Gibson he would take God's name in vain. And I would say, hey, as Jesus. And looking as Jesus, and I said, don't take my Father's name in vain.
Yeah.
And so that I've become him. And it was a big part of that. I don't want people to see me. I want them to see Jesus.
Sure.
That when people come to the theater, that what they experience is they can look right at themselves the way God sees them. Not the way we see ourselves, but the way God sees us. And that's who you really are.
Yeah.
And so again, I was scourged, accidentally whipped. During the carrying of the cross, my shoulder was dislocated. Up on the cross, I had, I weighed 210 pounds. In the filming, I was about 168. I was so sick, I kept throwing up. I had my both lungs filled with fluid, pneumonia. After the movie was over, many people don't know, and I don't talk about it too much, but I have to have heart surgery. Wow. So I was struck by lightning on the last shot of the day. So
that's kind of a moving encounter right there.
So what I'm telling you, if you want to be a Christian, you're in for it.
Yeah, we've got these buzzers under the seat. If you feel something hot, it's Jim's fault, not ours. Just blame it on Jesus, right? So we're going to look at a couple of clips. In just a minute, we're going to look at the whipping scene and the thrashing scene. And I understand that during the flogging, Mel kind of impromptu made some adjustments that were not in your favor.
During the scourging scene on accident, we didn't really rehearse this. We had a metal plank on my about a foot away from my back, right here, and I'm standing right here, and they would hit the metal plank, and then there's 1, 2, 3 cameras on this particular day, and Mel in the middle of the shoot, because these guys don't speak English and we don't speak Italian, so there's a translation.
Steve, he has a leather jacket on too.
Wow, that guy's he's trying to dox me.
Maybe he knows you.
Problem. So he's telling Caridi, his assistant, to translate to them, to tell him to hit Jim like baseball, like a pitcher in a baseball game. And they're like, what? They don't play baseball. And he's like, cricket. So they went back here and took a run like this. And I'm sitting here like that, and they hit the metal plank, except with that momentum, the whip went over, and 14-inch gash on my back. And I went right down, like in a football game where you get the wind knocked out of you.
Why, did it hurt or something? Is that what
No, I saw God.
Well, let's roll the clip. Let's talk a little bit about the whipping, and we're gonna just walk through it a little bit. Let's roll that. So they're not being kind in this moment. They're kind of jerking you around a little bit. Pause it right there. Maybe we could go back just slightly.
Sure.
I'm kind of just thinking to myself, you're hearing them flexing the bows in the back. What's going through your mind at that point?
At that point, I'm thinking about all my sins. The whole part was, I'm not worthy to play this role.
Yeah.
And that's a good place to be in. I told a friend of mine that, and, he says, well, Jim, God doesn't always choose the best. But he chose you. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
So, I was in a place of deep, just like in the zone. Yeah. And throughout the whole film, I was always meditating and always praying the whole time.
Yeah.
And as you would say, staying in character. And this was important because I knew that for only the people that would be able to see Jesus is through the prayer, the daily prayer and the fasting. And the fasting was immediate because of the sickness. At the end of the movie, when I was on the cross, my body's blue. There was no makeup. My body was actually blue. Wow. Between takes, as I'm here, they would take me down, and every time my shoulder was locked in, there was a 1,000-foot cliff, and it would hit the cross and would snap my shoulder out of joint. And I was just beyond. And at that point, I was so sick that it would be ripped out, and I honestly, I could barely feel it anyway. I was so gone, but something was wrong with my heart. And the man put a stethoscope on my heart, and he said, Mel, he can die. And at that point, some of the greatest things about Mel Gibson was that he was a gambling man. And he said, "Jim, what do you think?" And I said, I'm going between me and God. This is between me and God, because I never thought I was good enough.
Wow.
And at that moment, it was, I'm ready to go home. So you can take me here, there's no problem. But I knew if I died making this movie, I knew that so many people would be saved.
Yeah.
At the end of the movie, I was walking up the mountainside. As I got up about halfway, everybody's in location. About 250 people. About halfway up, I felt this presence come over me, an evil presence, and it was, "You're a dead man." And I remember thinking, this is the best news. This is where I was. This is the best news I've ever had, because I know if I die, I'm going to heaven.
Yeah.
I got to the top, about the fifth take. The clouds were so low. The thunder and lightning was the sound of a howitzer. It was so powerful that you could feel the earth move.
Yeah.
And I saw two people that were about as close as these two are to me, and their eyes were looking up and they were watering like they were going to cry. And my hair, I couldn't feel it. And I heard a huge gasp in the audience because they saw something, and I couldn't hear anything. It was like an eye of a storm. If you're in the eye of the storm, your hair could be blowing, it could be 30-knot winds, and I'd never heard the wind blowing. It was silence. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and this light came right down from heaven and lit me up. What people witnessed was an illumination around my body and a fire on the right and left side of my head. And for one moment, I was looking at myself outside my body.
You got struck with lightning.
I was struck by lightning.
Yeah.
And there were three groups of people. Pastor Miles mentioned that, asked me this yesterday, was it true there were a lot of people that were very indifferent about being extras in the movie? I said, yes, tremendous amount. In fact, there were three groups of people, and there were the believers, and there were the non-believers, and there were the fence riders. They're the ones that are very indifferent about it. Mm-hmm. Two of those are bad decisions, but what was amazing is that people who think they're fence riding think that that's not a choice. It is a choice. You are fence riding, and that is a decision that one is making. And but when I was hit, everybody fell on their face. Amazing. The ground shook.
Yeah.
And from that point, that was the last shot of the movie.
In a second, we're gonna look at that last scene when they dropped the cross into the ground and it shook. And
yeah.
you were telling me over our conversation that because where you were elevated, the wind would blow and the cross would move, and your shoulder would continually come out of socket, mm-hmm. and the pneumonia had set into your lungs and some of those things. Tell us about that.
I think, I couldn't breathe very well. Obviously, people, when you're hung on a cross, you die by asphyxiation, suffocation. Yeah. But physically, I was struggling. But our Lord was letting me feel a little bit of what He went through.
Yeah.
And He was sustaining me, but to a point of, how far do you want to go with this? How much do you want the world to see of me? And I said, every bit of it. Well, then you're in for it. It's kind of like, Lord, I want to drink can you drink the cup that I'm going? Yes, we can. We can, James and John, asking mm-hmm. that we want to sit at your right and left-hand side. Mm-hmm. So it was given. But, it's funny, I'm in San Diego. When I was a young man, I came out at 18 and I wanted to be a Navy SEAL. I didn't know what Navy SEALs were. They started talking about frogmen. At 18, I told my dad this is what I wanted to do, and I applied to the United States Naval Academy 3 times. I was going to give my life, but in a different way. God had reserved that in me. I see those guys when they go through buds, and I said, there's no way you can make it through unless you're willing to say, it's okay if I die here at buds. Yeah. So I want to give my life for something. And there's nothing better for me than to give my life for Jesus Christ.
Tremendous. Let's roll that clip of the crucifixion scene.
Left shoulder. Left shoulder. Ah.
Does somebody need something? Are y'all talking to me on Skype?
Oh, Steve said he'll be right back.
Oh,
He has
okay,
to
okay.
do something.
I'm going to go forward to the good part. It's the very, very end. It's when he says, he gives this real amazing, touching speech. It's what I really wanted everybody to hear, which is right here, I think.
Because I felt mercy and grace. Now, I ask you this. Do you think that your God doesn't have more mercy than your friend? Do you think your friend has more grace than God? Does your friend have more love than the Creator? It can never be. It can never be. So
I didn't go back far enough. I'm sorry. He says something about your friend asking for your forgiveness, or it was really moving for me.
45 million die every year in the world. These are all God's children, and God brings them home. Now He wants to bring you home. Now, in this moment. This is a chance for heaven right now. You don't have to wait to die to experience heaven. But when you committed the sin, any of the 10 Commandments, or the sin of abortion, or contributed to it, let me be very clear. Did you go to one of your friends and ask your friend, hear my story? And you say, yes. I went to one person. I said, why do you go to this person to confide in this sin to them? Because they didn't judge me. Because they loved me. Because I felt mercy and grace. Now, I ask you this. Do you think that your God doesn't have more mercy than your friend? Do you think your friend has more grace than God? Does your friend have more love than the Creator? It can never be. It can never be. So, God forgives you. And now He needs you to begin again. To accept forgiveness. Earlier I said, God never sends a man into hell. People choose this place. Your choice. God made you and loves you. There's never been another like you. He deemed that you would come here. He asked you and you came. Today, you came. You had the courage to come. And there was plenty parts of the world that pulled you from today from even coming, but you came. Don't you know how much God will remember this? Do you think He is a God that's just sitting there waiting to toss you off? You are perfect. There is no one else like you. And without you, He would cry. So He's coming to you now. Right now, in this moment. All He has to hear from you is yes. Yes, you've accepted Jesus, some of you. Keep accepting Him. Every time we sin, we deny Him. Be holy. Be perfect just as my Father is perfect. Or in the Passion, Haozina otiabui, kuma bezrati, shamereni meresha tasher tamenualai.
I think he's speaking like ancient Arabic or something like that, or Aramic. I forgot what he's speaking. But it's a pretty moving speech. I thought it was nice. You know, especially coming from the guy that played, him in the actual Bible. I mean,
now that was from the first one, right?
The Passion of the Christ.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't there a part 2 you said coming out?
No. I was just...
Okay.
No, that was all. He just gives a pretty good speech towards the end, but I thought... I keep thinking I'm boring everybody.
You know, I'm moved by his testimony. All of it.
I am too, because he wasn't all that... I guess, I hate to say religious, but I don't think he was all that passionate when it all came about. You know what I mean?
I don't know. He sure had some pretty powerful conviction there to endure what he endured. Good Lord.
But the devil was there. See, we live in the devil's world. This is the devil's playground.
Yeah, an unbelieving world is like Satan's domain, and the believers belong to God, as I read scripture earlier.
Yeah, they say that that we're living in the grace period. He came, he saw, he conquered, and now he said, okay, you're on your own. I laid it out for you. And
see, that's what I believe right there.
And you just, you can't, there's no excuses. It's right there. There's a Bible in every hotel room in the world.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, Deb. Like, if people ask how I believe that God gave us every tool that we conceivably could need to make this thing work right. If we elect not to use them tools, then that's on us. There's nothing more he needs to add. Everything that we ever can conceivably think about is obtainable. So,
yeah,
that's my thought.
You know what? I've told this story 1,000 times on this show, but I had what I consider to be almost like a miracle happen with me one time when my son was in the hospital. He had to go in and have this surgery done on his chest, which was really, really, really bad. They had to break every one of his ribs, and they had to reset his chest because his ribs, he had what was called pectus excavatum. Okay? Now, pectus excavatum, nowadays, they've changed the surgery. And they do what's called the Nuss method, named after Dr. Nuss. Now, they used to not do that. It used to be an amazingly horrible radical surgery. And it was something that I elected to have done. Stephen was coming in and going, Mommy, my heart hurts every time my heart beats. And it was closing in on his heart. As his heart was growing, his chest was caved in. It's a real deep swoop chest, and it comes from the sternum. They had to shatter his sternum in 4 places, break every one of his ribs. And I don't know if you've ever had a broken rib, but it's pretty painful. And it was a 9-hour surgery. Now, the Nuss method nowadays is very simple. It takes like an hour or something like that. I don't know what it is, but Stephen went through the radical one. And plus they had to check out his heart and stuff. They had a pediatric thoracic surgeon there. They had 2 other surgeons and 4 nurses. And when we got to the hospital that day, my brother said, look, there's his dream team down the hall. And they were all ready for him. And he was only 6 years old. And
wow,
he didn't understand what was going on. Yeah, he was little.
That's
beeping.
super, super hard for a mom or dad. God, that's incredibly...
Not to mention the fact that he'd been in the hospital, Stephen, 3 times with double pneumonia and with rotavirus.
Yeah.
And so they took him in, and I'm sitting out there with my girlfriends are holding my hand the whole day, and I just didn't know how I was going to make it. When suddenly, my second mother was there. Her name is Betty, and she was there. And I look up, and there's a priest walking over there towards me, and I went, no, 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 Victor, no. I said, no, Victor. And I started screaming, and Betty jumps up, and she goes, what are you doing to the priest? And he goes, I'm just here to add some comfort to her. And she goes, don't you know that this girl has been through enough for one life? And the nurse said, when she left, when they took him away to do the surgery, the nurse said, we're going to call you and let you know how he's doing. And I said, can you call me every 30 minutes? She goes, well, we usually only call every hour. And I said, please, I'll do anything. I'll pay extra. And so she would call and she would say, he's doing just fine. And then the phone rang about 30 minutes after that, and they said, Debbie, they're closing. I said, is he okay? And he's just fine. And so they said, go to his room and wait on him. We went up there, and I was pacing the floor when suddenly he came in on a gurney, and he was gray. And I was beside myself. Victor rushes me out of the room. I'm in a frantic cry and everything. And Joey's there. Joey was my best friend from Vietnam. He was a homeless guy that died of AIDS in 2006. He died of AIDS.
Yeah, I remember you talking about him.
Joey. They called him
at the hospital, yeah.
Yeah, they called him Grandpa Joey. And so Victor had to take Heather and deal with her because we didn't ever allow anybody to keep our kids. I just didn't trust anybody to ever keep my kids. So Victor went home with Heather, and Joey and I were there. And during the first night, the doctor came in, and he said, this is going to be a really rough night, but we've got him on a morphine drip, and all he has to do is squeeze this button, kind of like on Jeopardy, like, and he gets morphine. I woke Joey up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I said, Joey, look, that baby was sitting there squeezing that trigger with tears rolling down his face. And I said, I can't do this anymore, Joey. And he goes, Debbie. I said, I can't do it, Joey. I said, stay right here. And I just walked down the hall, and I went, oh, my God, what the fuck have I done? I mean, I tell you guys right now, I've never felt like that in my life. I was like, what the fuck have I done to my child? And I go, and I didn't even know where I was. I looked up, and the nurses go, are you okay? And I said, how do I get, I need to go out, and I need some air. And I went downstairs, and I went outside, and I went out into the courtyard of Children's Hospital, Parkland Hospital, downtown Dallas, and looked up, and I said, God, if you never, for the rest of your life, do anything for me, please take this pain off of my child. Put it on me. Do anything you've got to do. I was dealing and wheeling and dealing with this guy, okay? Went back upstairs. Joey was asleep. I fell asleep in a chair, and the next morning I woke up to the sounds of the Sega Saturn.
Yeah.
And I thought, what the fuck? And I said, Joey. He goes, what? I said, wake up. And Stephen goes, hey, Mom, are these the only games that Dad brought, or just these two? And I went, Stephen? He had taken his IV out of his arm. I'm going to repeat that. He had taken his IV out of his arm. He had got up and wrapped tons and tons and tons and tons of toilet tissue around his hand where the IV was. He stood up on the table. This is all while Joey and I were asleep. Put the Sega Saturn up, put it in the back, and never even took as much as a Tylenol. Now you tell me. Tell me, and I'll believe whatever you want to tell me.
Yeah, I remember hearing this story. I don't know. Is it divine intervention?
That's what That's what Dr. Nakata was the one that was flown in from. Dr. Nakata was flown in from Houston, and Dr. Nakata is the man whose son got decapitated in an elevator. Do y'all remember that story? A few years, there was a gentleman that was in Houston, Texas, and he went out. He looked like that. He looked out the elevator, and it closed on his head, and it took off, and it decapitated. That was Dr. Nakata's son.
Ugh.
Yes. Dr. Nakata walks in that morning and goes, oh, my goodness, Stephen, how are you today? Oh. And he says, what? Yeah, I said, I don't know. I don't know. He wanted to go home. He was ready to go home. He was hungry. And he says, this is not right. He said, does he have a twin? Is this the other kid or something? And I was like, no. And Stephen goes, can I go home? And that's the story right there.
But okay. When they had to break his ribs to get to his heart and to get in that area, they had to cut ribs to break them. I don't know how they do it. They cut them, right?
They had to rebuild his rib cage.
That alone would take forever to heal. Your ribs are so slow to heal.
Yes.
My father had 3 broken ribs, and he bitched like a little girl every time he coughed or anything. You know what I mean?
I'll never.
My dad's a tough guy, so.
I know. They had Stephen blow in this little thing that, like that, and he had to make the sunshine go up to the clouds or something. And the first day, he couldn't even hold it. He was just like, oh, because they were afraid that his lungs would fill up with fluid. And the next day, he was going, Mom, watch. And it went, droop. And I was like, there's something weird going on here. This was
now. We said divine intervention, and I believe that there's certainly something to be said for that, right?
That's what Dr. Nakata wrote down on his chart. His doctor, he said possible DI.
Wow.
And Stephen's got a copy of it somewhere in his room and all his paperwork. I said, when you go to see, because he had to go back and see Dr. Nakata. He even went as recently as like a couple of years ago, because as his chest expands, he gets bigger and bigger. They had to make sure that what they did stayed, because in a pectus excavatum surgery, the ones that they did before they came up with the Nuss method was bad. I mean, see, there's the Nuss procedure's bad enough, but the old procedure was unbelievable. I mean, it was horrible what they had to do. Stephen's chest was caved in, just like this right here. And they have to go in, and they have to just cut him from here to here and here to here, and they go in, and they just have to look Children's Hospital, and they absolutely rebuild your chest. They rebuild your rib cage. And Stephen's was really far in, and
touching his heart almost.
It was touching his heart, and it's a pretty tough deal that what they went through. The method that they first.
So you had blamed yourself. I hate to interrupt. You had blamed yourself. You said, "God, what have I done?" Now, what were your options as a parent? Was it a surgery that had to happen? Is that why you said, "God, what have I done"?
Yeah, because it was an elected surgery. It wasn't like an emergency surgery, is what I'm saying. It was.
I got you.
A surgery that I thought at the time was cosmetic. And it wasn't cosmetic. It was horrible. But see,
sounds
nowadays,
like an absolute nightmare.
Nowadays they do the Nuss method, and the Nuss method is just crazy easy for these people to do. It's like they put in. Well, it's not easy, but they go in and they. I think Stephen might have had the Ravitch procedure. I'm not sure. It was a pretty tough procedure Stephen went through. It was. They said, "We're not going to lie to you. This is going to be really bad." And he's going to be in the hospital for 7 days just getting over this. He went home the day after. No, 2 days after. 2 days after.
How do you go home when you have separated bones or reconfigured bones? Did he go home in a body cast, like a chest cast?
No. He didn't have chest cast.
Was he just wrapped up real tight? I mean, that just seems impossible. I mean, I believe you, of course.
Steve, I don't know. Nobody, to this freaking day, nobody can explain what happened. Nobody can. It was just, everybody was so scared by it. They were like, who the fuck is this guy? I mean, it was that scary. It was that bizarre.
I'm grateful to God my kids, none of that, man. I don't wish it on anybody's child, but.
I know. I don't know what that old procedure was called, but it was pretty rough. I'll tell you what. It was, I found it on here one time, and it was brutal. It was brutal. But see, they're all like the Nuss procedure. That's the new one that they did. What Stephen did was exactly 20 years ago.
Did you notice when he was a little kid?
Yeah.
Like when he was like 4 or 5, that this was something that was becoming more prominent, that it would have to be dealt with?
Yes. I think this is the one Stephen did.
Well, you push the pain button though, right? Yeah.
I remember he had these tubes.
You did, right? You pushed the pain button?
I'm just cutting some stitches right now.
See, pushing the pain button. That's how bad it was. Oh, God, it's hard to watch. That's day 4. He's still in the hospital.
Yeah.
Stephen was supposed to stay in the hospital like for 7 days. And what was so funny, well, here we go, the first day.
Hi, my name is Christian Warnock. And I just had the Ravitch procedure for pectus excavatum. It got done about...
I don't know what the Ravitch procedure is.
7 hours ago. I've been sleeping and visiting with family and things of that such.
I don't know what it is.
Grenade-looking packs.
I never heard of it.
He's pretty fucked up, I can tell, though.
Jeremy, you want me?
Yeah, I don't know what the Ravitch procedure is. It must be pretty... maybe that's what Stephen had. I'm not really sure what he had. I mean, I don't know the name of it.
So I'm just thinking, I don't know how many people are parents out here. I'm going to guess a lot of them. If I had gone through what you had gone through, I know I would hit my knees and just thank God, because you literally had a prayer answered for you.
I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I mean, they tried to warn me that it was going to be bad. I didn't know it was going to be that freaking bad.
Okay. It's insane.
Wow. Just wow.
I'll never forget it. Joey said, "Oh my God, there is a God." I said, "Joey." Me and Joey were like, "Oh my God, it's real." I mean, do you remember that, Victor? Mm-hmm. Do you remember when your parents came up to the hospital the next day and they go, where is he? And they said, "He's gone home." They said, "What do you mean he's gone home?" And the nurse goes, "He went home." Went home? I mean, because
it doesn't make sense. It's just not a logical
it's
thought
scary.
process.
Stephen blocked it all out. He doesn't have much memory of it at all. He just,
really?
No, he doesn't. I've had him in here before talking about it. He doesn't. The one he remembers is his tonsils when he was 18. That was vicious. He said he never felt pain like that in his life.
Do you think that was part of the let's call it divine intervention? That maybe forgetting it too. Maybe that was part of the prayer.
He doesn't remember it, Steve. And
wow.
Stephen, he won't lie. Stephen's
pretty damn straightforward, guys.
Yeah, he doesn't lie.
I don't know him like I know most people, but in all the years of hearing him, he's a pretty straight. He'll tell you exactly how he feels. Pull no punches.
I don't know what they call the vintage, like the older surgery for it.
Something about young kids or
what? Where? What? What are you talking about?
Pediatric.
Where? Oh, 38-year-old second chest repaired by a pediatric surgeon. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty wild. It can be vicious. I'll tell you what, it is a vicious, vicious, vicious surgery. And I couldn't believe it. I was just in shock. My son had one surgery and I was so sick to my stomach, and he was so little. He was like 8-9 months old. And I literally, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think. I couldn't do anything because he had to be in the hospital at that age, Mm-hmm. That was 26 years ago. But I never felt such loss. This is going to take forever. It really wasn't that big of a deal. It was a polyp removal. And it's still your baby. When you're a parent, your child is your life. Yeah, I know.
Anybody touches your child or does something wrong, they're dirt to you. It's over.
Or 1985 or 1990.
90. Stephen was born in 90. Victor, go away. Victor.
You're grounded.
I'm sorry. Here it is. It says I think he had the Ravitch one. I guess he did, because the nuts one is easy. I guess. I saw it one time and I said, Stephen, look, here's your surgery. And he was like, Mom, I can't watch that.
I don't want to relive that shit.
That's what he said. He goes, I don't want to see it. And I was like, why?
Why would he fucking, excuse my language, why would he want to see that ever again? He's just trying to forget that. Shit, I would be. No part of it.
It's pretty rough.
Hell yeah.
They have to go in and they had to break all of they had to crack 1, 2, 3, 4, all these ribs, because it was sunken in right here, and they had to crack them, and then they had to rebuild them outward. It's just a mess. It was just unbelievable. It was unbelievable what he went through. I'll never forget it. Stephen has that scar right there. It was the Ravitch procedure then that Stephen did. I can tell you that for sure then. Yeah, there you go. He still has all the scars. Because the Nuss method, you have the scar going horizontal, and the Ravitch, it's going vertical, I can tell. Yeah, Stephen's is definitely vertical. There's no doubt about that. So it was pretty tough. But, getting beyond, what happened was, it was just unbelievable that he didn't have any pain. I mean, they wrote prescriptions for pain pills. They did this, they did that. And there was nothing that he needed. Nothing. He was like,
Right.
"Do you want some Tylenol?" "No, I'm fine, Mom."
How does that even happen?
I don't know, Steve. I cannot explain it. It has bothered me since the day it happened. The only thing I can say is, yes, he is there. He's there if you need him. And if you'll just reach out, because the Bible says, ask and it'll be given. Seek and you will find, which to me means don't ask and you won't be given.
Yeah. There you go. That's the best way to put it, right?
And I'll tell you something else. Dr. B, do you still live with your dad and your mom?
Well, my dad's not around, but my mom still is.
All right, let's say your mom has a list of chores. Dr. B, you have to do this, take out the trash, do this, this. And you're outside one day and you come walking in the house and you go, Mom, I really need you. Something's going on outside. There's these guys and they attacked me. They're around my car. And she goes, well, now let's just go see if you did your chores yet before we help you, Mr. Dr. B. Okay? And she goes over and she starts going, well, see, that's the way you have to look at God. A lot of people believe, well, I can't go ask God for something because I haven't done what I'm supposed to do. I don't go to church. I don't pray. I commit sin all the time. I have sex out of wedlock. That's not the way it works, because if you have a child, Steve, if one of your children came in and said, Dad, help me, you would jump off that couch, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't even, it's not even a second thought. It's an instantaneous action.
You wouldn't sit there and go, well, Stephen, let me go see if you've done all your chores first.
No.
And that's
the welfare of my child's everything.
That's the way, that's why they call him the Father. He looks at us like we look at a child. There is nothing Stephen can do that would cause me to not do something for him. And I promise you, anytime I've asked, it is bizarre, and I never tell y'all this on this podcast, but anytime I've asked for something, it's like, boom.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me.
I'm not laughing at that. I'm just laughing at how true that really is and how powerful that really is, that statement.
He is unbelievable.
And there's some people that just want to just defame it all and just throw it in the garbage and blah, 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 blah. No, not even being open to the conception that it could be a possibility of even maybe it's real. You know what I mean? Why be so fucking closed-minded to where you can't receive anything that could be good for you?
There's no way to prove it.
There's no way to prove that I'm breathing air because I can't see it, but I am.
There's no way to prove that I love my child. Are you talking to me?
You don't have a tail.
Oh, Victor said, move your tail. And I said, are you talking to me? He goes, you don't have a tail.
Shut up.
Big old boy. Gunner's right here next to me. Gunner's a big freaking Labrador.
I don't know. My dog is 22 pounds overweight now, so.
Gunner's 149. Gunner's 149.
Well, Gunner's got a bigger frame than my dog.
Gunner's enormous. Me and Jet called him too big.
Yeah, I know.
He is too big.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, too big. He'll answer to it. Look, and here he comes. Come here, too big. Too big. We call him too big for some reason. Not dumb.
Well, I mean.
But
good enough for me.
You know, there was another.
I will say this back.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Talking back about religion really quick, and I don't, you know that, but there have been 2 times in my life that I've hit my knees for prayer. You know what I mean? Because you know that, like that moment when Stephen, needed you. And my Stephen needed me. That was one of the times. And another time was when my daughter was coming into the world and she had the umbilical cord wrapped around her neck twice. And mom was failing. The baby was failing. Jade wasn't going to make it. Or mom wasn't going to make it. And they had to go in. And that was the second time that I hit my knees. And I just prayed with everything I had. God, don't let this happen. The worst nightmare you can ever conceivably think of was right in front of me. And I had this faith, and I knew it was good. I just knew it was going to be okay. I don't know how I knew it. I don't know how my mood went from total disaster to a total admission that it's going to be okay. It's just going to be a little bit complicated. And we went in there, and it was complicated, but baby was healthy, mom was healthy, and if this were just 10 years before that, they probably could have both died. So, and now she's going to be a healthy 25 next month. So I do believe that prayer is powerful.
Well, the only other time that I witnessed something like that, Victor, stop messing with my freaking audio. I'm so just put out my neck. Is when we were skiing in
Breckenridge.
Thank you. I love all the noise with the door open and everything. I love it. It makes me happy.
It's good radio.
We were in Breckenridge, Colorado. When you ski in Breckenridge, come on, man. Can you close my door? Hi, Hankers. What it do, Hanky? Anyway, we were in Breckenridge.
Sounds like you have a
I
pony.
know. It's crazy. It's insane. It's when you ski Breckenridge, you ski. You stay at the bottom of the mountain, and then you take a lift way up to the ski resort up there. But anyway, that's beside the point. And so Stephen and I and Annette was there. Me, Annette, Danielle, Heather, Stephen, Victor. Ron didn't go because we don't really like Ron. But anyway, Annette and I were just going to tear it up that day. Well, Stephen, we get there, and I mean, I have got my skis, my poles, my bindings, my gloves, and it's a big deal to carry. It's a lot to work with. It's a lot of
gear.
Yeah. It's a lot of gear. And as you know, I'm very spoiled, and I usually get Victor or whatever to carry all my stuff, right? Okay, well, Stephen goes, Mommy, I don't feel so good. And I said, what do you mean you don't feel good? And I felt, and he had like 104 degrees fever, and I thought, son of a fuck.
Damn.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I said, I got to go. She goes, and everybody goes, what do you mean? I said, I've got to go. I've got to take Stephen back to the hotel. Well, we had taken a shuttle from where we parked our car. Our car was parked over towards like mid-mountain, and we took the shuttle that comes by constantly going round and around and around and around the mountain up to the ski resort. And you know what? We were in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm lying my ass off. We were in Santa Fe, New Mexico. If I'm lying, I'm dying. And so we, I said, what am I going to do? Well, I couldn't return everything because we had rented for the week. This was the first day there. And I thought, what the fuck? So I'm going down to our car to catch the shuttle. I've got my skis, my poles, my skis. Okay, think about how long those skis are, right?
Right.
I've got my skis. I've got my poles. I've got my bindings, which are my boots that you put on and they click into the skis. I've got Stephen's skis, Stephen's poles, Stephen's bindings, and Stephen. Plus, I've got my bag. You wouldn't believe the crap I've got, Steve and Dr. B. And I go out there and I go, whew, and they go, oh my gosh, what's wrong? I said, he doesn't feel good. And they said, aw. I said, when does the shuttle come? They said, the shuttles are gone. I said, what do you mean the shuttles are gone? It's noon. They don't run again for a while. And I went, are you kidding me? Oh. So here I go, trudging down this mountain, and it's just like you see in the movies. It's round and around. On one side is the mountain. On the other side is forever that you fall and you die. And
that's where death lives, yeah.
Yeah, it's all covered in ice, and it's cold as fuck on the dark side of the mountain because one side's got what?
Sunshine, and the other side's got shadow.
Thank you very much. So I'm walking, and Stephen goes, Mommy, I can't walk anymore. I had to pick up Stephen. And I'm walking, and I said to myself, I'm not going to make this. I was 2 miles from that car. I'm not going to do it. I can't do it. And I said, God, I don't know if you're up here on this mountain. I mean, because I pray really weird, but I really need some help now, not 2 years from now or not 2 hours from now. And all of a sudden, I swear to you, I'm not making this up. Here comes, this guy leans over and he goes, you need some help? He goes, I'm taking this shuttle down to get it repaired. I said, I just rolled my eyes. He goes, come on, get in. And they have this place where you put your skis and you jump in. It was all warm and snuggly. And he gave me a cup of hot chocolate. And I just sat there going, I looked up at the sky and I went, this is weird.
There you go. You got me again. Thanks.
Exactly. Exactly. So that's the only time that I considered like a miracle, because when you get an instantaneous answer, or whatever, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely true. I usually pray for other people. I try not to pray for myself. You know what I mean? Because it even tells you, pray for others. So in my belief anyway. But yeah, the 2 times that I prayed for were for my children.
The 2 times you prayed, you've only prayed twice in your life.
The only time I prayed for someone else, like totally being like, this is just for me and my family. That's all. You know what I mean? Usually when I pray for everyone, all of humanity. But yeah, there was only 2 times I really prayed that way. No, I pray every single day. There isn't a day that I don't pray. I pray 3-4 times a day.
I don't pray for all of humanity, and I'll tell you why. Why I don't. Because in the Bible, there was a time when Jesus was going over to these people's house, and this lady came in, and she was washing his feet, because you always wash your feet. Well, back then they didn't have any rags or towels, so she used her hair to dry them off and clean them off, and then she took out some myrrh, which was this real expensive oil, and she starts putting it on his hair and everything and getting him all nice, and he's like going, prr, prr, prr. And all of a sudden, Peter speaks up and says, what the fuck are you doing? She goes, excuse me? And he goes, you are wasting something that we could sell this and give money for the poor. And Jesus looked at him and he said, you know something? There's always going to be poor. There's always going to be problems. You don't realize the short time I'm going to be here. So shut the fuck up, Peter. No.
Man up.
Hello, Hankers. What do you want, buddy? What? Hank thinks he's a puppy. What is it, precious? You can't get in New Mommy's lap. No. He thinks he's a little dog, guys, and he's not.
I know.
No, you can't get in New Mommy's lap. You don't need New Mommy. I call myself New Mommy. Hank. What is it, Bubba? I think this is the cutest dog I've ever seen in my life. Well,
you love your Hank, I'm telling you.
I know. It's bizarre. He's the sweetest thing in the world. Buddy, you can't get in my lap. You're too big. You can stay right here next to me.
He scares me. I don't know.
He's a big old boy.
Yeah.
He's the love of my life.
Hankers. I always told you I was deathly afraid of dogs.
Hankers, you can't go under that. No. Get your gigantic hand down. He's trying to sit in my lap, guys. Hank, you can't get in my lap. You're fine. What's wrong? You hear him go karate chop. When he yawns, I go karate chop in his mouth.
I do that too.
Do you karate chop in his mouth?
I swear to God I do. I got a fucking 125-pound shepherd, and I stick my hand in his mouth when he's yawning.
Hank, do you think you could take a German shepherd?
I don't know, man. My dog's pretty...
Hank's like my dad was in Rhodesian Ridgeback. Are you fucking? We fight lions. They fight lions.
My dog's pretty badass, man.
He's the angel of my life, aren't you, Bubba? Yes, I love you. I think I'll call you Stabby. His legs are so long when he sits, he has to roll back on his bottom. No. He's trying to get in my lap. Hold on, guys. Let me get rid of him. I heard that, New Mommy. Drawing him back up. He thinks if he's got his head in my lap that he's in my lap. Hank.
Yeah, that's exact. I think, so many dogs have the same characteristics. My dog does the exact same thing. He'll just plop his head right in your lap, and his head weighs like fucking 10 pounds. He just lays there and he won't move anything. Like he'll just stand there with his head in your lap.
This guy is the most precious thing in the world. He's the most precious thing in the world. I truly love him to death. Don't I, buddy? Yes, I do. I'm kissing his nose. You love me? I'm sorry. This is probably... Well, goodness! He yawned. He goes... A little puppy.
I didn't realize you had a pony.
A little puppy yawn. You go over there and lay down. Go lay down over there. I'm fine. You don't need me. Go over there. He doesn't mind.
Hold on one second.
Oh,
all right, now go lay down.
Smile.
We have
I'm
dogphotos.com.
gonna try to sneak the camera on him and see if he will let y'all see him on webcam without. He'll probably bite the webcam.
Probably bite the webcam. That's not good.
All right, I'm gonna turn on my webcam and see if he'll stay here. Stay here, buddy. Where are you, monkey face? Monkey face. I have to kill this thing first. What?
Oh, monkey face.
He is a monkey.
And we're going to video. And it looks like the surface of Mars. Ah, there we go.
Hankers.
Hanker Pops.
Come here, Hank. Hank, come here. Here he comes. Over here on this side. Here he comes. Watch. Show him your
That's a
pretty
great
face.
shot.
Show him your pretty face. Show him your
How's his wound? Is it healed?
Look at his big
That's
nose.
a huge nose shot.
Come here, smile. Don't be shy. Come here. Look at the camera.
Oh yeah, I see the mark. That's forever. Wow.
Isn't he beautiful? He's
Yeah.
got these long hands, these long arms. Let me see your hand. Shake. Look how long his arm is. He's got these huge hands, and he's like a big baby. Smile for the camera. Smile. Smile. That's Hank.
He's a good looking dog.
Don't you put your gigantic hand on me.
That's what my dog does too. My dog always does that. He's always putting his hands up on you.
I know, I love him
His
so
paws, I
much.
should
I'm
say.
so tired of loving him. What are you doing? Hankers.
Oh, Hank.
Isn't he beautiful? He was a runaway. He was a Hank.
Wasn't he from somebody down the block, Deb?
Look
Is
how
this
big.
the
Look
same
how
dog?
big. Look how big his nose is. Watch, Hank. See the curly tail and the ridgeback on him. See that down the middle. Look, he's turning his head sideways.
My dog might be bigger. How much does he weigh?
Hank only weighs about 100.
Yeah, he's not as big as my shepherd,
Hello,
but
pretty face. Hello, gorgeous boy.
he's got like a rot face though, a little bit. You know what I mean?
This guy.
Yeah.
He's
Got jaws like a Rottweiler.
He's got these big flappy jaws right here. See, he's got. Come here, Hank. Let me see. He's got these big no. His big jaws. You know, he's like they're flappy and big, and that he's real muscular and he's an athlete. Look how royal he looks. He's got a great carriage. This is his ear. He hates when I mess with his ears. He's adorable. Yes, you are beautiful. That's my baby.
Gunner's listening in the back room. He's like, "Fuck this shit. This
Gunner's
is bull. Everything you hear is garbage."
Gunner's outside playing. He's outside.
Oh.
Playing. Yeah. So there you go.
It flips each other off. I'm sure when they see each other, like, "You piece of shit. This was my house."
Gunner's a badass.
Yeah, Gunner's a big boy.
So there's Hank for the night. What is it,
Hanker
pretty face?
Pops.
And all Fufu does is sleep on her gorgeous, spoiled, rotten Fufu bed. Okay, I'm going to get him
H-
sitting.
How old is Fufu now?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to get him sitting right here next to me. Watch. Look at his face.
He looks tired.
Hey, Bubba, what are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? See, he's sitting right here next to me. Here's me.
Fufu was just
I don't-
laying back
look
on
at
the
Fufu
bed.
on her princess bed. She's such a goddess.
Yeah, she's just chilling.
He's got these real long legs. No, you're not tearing up my tennis shoe. Look, he's got my tennis shoe. No, you
Do
can't.
your dogs tear up your stuff?
Just Hank. Hank will tear up everything you own if you don't keep it all put up because he's such a puppy.
How old is he? Do you know?
He's a little bit over a year. He's not 2 because he doesn't have his 2
Oh, wow.
He doesn't have his 2-year-old incisors. I don't think so. No, don't slap me with your gigantic hand. Move. That's my tennis shoe. No, mine. He wants to go running. He's a crazy runner when I take him out.
Hank's a wanderer, though.
Hank is underneath. Hank, I know he does. Get out from under the... No, that's my tennis shoe, Hank. No. You hard-headed little thing. No. Mine, not yours. I'm sorry. These are my brand new tennis shoes I got. No. Now he's looking at my feet. No, he's trying to grab my feet. Hank, stop it. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, guys.
All right.
It's not a problem.
This is just called, people watch the Kardashians just because it's, Hank, you're fixing to get a wow. My move, get out and leave my shoes alone.
Hank, you're Chloe.
Yeah, but they just have they just talk about bullshit and people love listening to that. I'm so glad you called. And Hank, he's under the console. No, out. You get out. Out. Hank, out from under the console. Go.
Get out.
Stay. I'm fixing to put him outside. Hold on just a second. Y'all talk or something for me, and I've got to put him outside.
All right. So, Mr.
right.
Bristol, what you doing, brother?
Chilling. How about you?
Did we call and wake you up, or were you just watching TV or something?
Oh no, I was on the internet while you guys were talking. So,
All right.
yeah.
Tell me something that I don't know about the internet. Tell me that there's a new site that's better than the old site. What's your favorite place to go? Are you a gamer?
Well, I do play games mostly at spots.
Okay. You play GTA 5?
Oh no, I haven't
No?
played any. No.
You say oh no like it's a bad thing. Grand Theft Auto 5 is fucking amazing, dude.
Well, GTA in general has controversy because of, the violence depicted in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it. There's a new mod, is it LFPD, that you can get for it, and where you're the police, and you have all of the radio signals. You could pull over cars. You could impound them. You could ask for backup. Get helicopters. SWAT. It's just an amazing program. I'm going to get it. So, but it's got to be done on a PC. It's not going to work properly on a PS4. So.
LAPD sounds more like within the limits. You know what I'm saying? Law enforcement, whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what my favorite part? I've saw this a few times in my life. It's in the game called Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
San Andreas, yes.
Yeah, Bates Smoke Order was, I can say it, that's one of my favorite scenes. 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra tip.
There were some freaking great lines in that episode of San Andreas. There were some great radio stations, great commercials. As you're just cruising around, you just listen to the radio. It was like, I think it was the only totally immersive game where no matter what you wanted to do, you could do it and listen to funny dialogue as you're going through.
No kidding. They should have a mod in which True Capitalist Radio gets included. It'll be hilarious.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah.
Let me say.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to give a shout out to the chat room. These people have been patiently listening. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, brother? Ronald, how you doing? Who else? We got Dennis. I don't know if you're still out here, but yeah, 8 minutes ago he said just visual, no audio. All right. Dennis, what's up, buddy? And whomever else is in there. Stabby was in there 26 minutes ago. So anyway, just want to give them a quick shout out.
Yeah. And we also got Bloviator, Eric, Willie. Yeah, what's going on, Willie? Sassy Girl, Steve Rush, and Nat, Apocalypse. And there's Debbie Daly herself.
Satan himself is in there tonight. I'm back. I was joking.
Welcome back to the call, Debbie.
Let me tell y'all something, Steve. I need to tell you that I am not Jesus, and I am not perfect, and I make a lot of mistakes, most of which come from my mouth. I run my mouth too much. I say things that I shouldn't say. And I said some ugly things about Dr. Bristol. No, I didn't. I just want you to know that I'm so happy to talk to you, and if I said something ugly about you, but you were being ugly about me when you were on Joe's show, so nah.
I heard what you said, and it's all good.
You were
and I didn't.
You were mean to me. You were mean to me. Stupid.
I don't remember being mean to you.
Stupid you. Yes, you were.
I don't remember, and if so, it was just because I was high for the first time in like fucking forever.
Yeah, well, okay.
So there's no excuse for that. Absolutely. So
I don't care. I'm always Steve and I have had. We've had some fights before. I said, "Get the fuck off my show!" He was screaming at me, and I was screaming at him. Oh my God, we've had some bad fights.
There's no ending this friendship. I mean, it doesn't matter what we say to each other because that's what friends do. If friends say, "Hey buddy, hey buddy, hey buddy," that gets a real fucking old real quick. So no,
yeah, those
it doesn't
fake
bother me.
Bullshit like that.
That just shows it isn't real.
Dr. B,
You know what I mean?
during the course of our relationship, there are going to be times you don't like me, and there's going to be times I don't. Probably not with you, but more so with me. There's going to be times you don't like me. And relationships that survived are based on a constant willingness to forgive. I'm going to have bad days. Like tonight, we're not doing anything on this show. We're not informing anything. We're not entertaining. We're just in here shooting the shit, you know. And this is sometimes we knock it out of the ballpark, and sometimes we strike out. But we're here.
Yep.
Yeah. You want me to do
you
want me to do Dr. Bristol? You know,
Yeah.
I think that Willie is in the chat room. No, see, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not feeling it. Wait, I gotta
Try it again and back up. And 3, 2, 1.
Hello, Steve and Debbie. Dr. B, you're going to
That
kill
was
me.
horrible.
He's going to sick the whole Brony Nation on me now. Now, Dr. B, I might add, and have you noticed that he's never mentioned his show?
He has not.
My gosh. Oh my gosh.
He's shocked.
What? Dr. B does a podcast called The Real Talk. This is Real Talk, right?
Right.
On Blog Stock Radio. He's so polite. And when do you do said a show, podcast on Blog Stock Radio?
Normally, my scheduled programming is from Monday through Friday at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Central Standard Time.
This guy is so fucking accurate.
He would be like one of those air traffic controllers.
Yes. Yes,
That's it.
exactly right.
That's what he should be, is an air traffic controller.
Wow.
You remember Sonny, who is one of the best people in the world out here?
Delta
He said,
Heavy, you're ready to come in on. No, I'm sorry.
All right, and then that was Debbie's fail for the evening. Sorry, at least you tried.
You know what Delta Heavy means? It's a DC-10.
Lima, effing Ewan. Yep, 10-4.
Alpha, Bravo, Delta, Gamma. I forgot.
This is Victor Sora, Mara, Lima. Taking out runway 6 out of Dallas.
How's the boy in the bubble? That was heavy. That was funny, Steve, that night. Oh, my God, you were killing me.
Yeah, John's sleeping off his weekend that he had, and I don't have a cup.
Do you remember when you and I used to go, hello, Debbie, we're back here and I would talk in my cup. Do you remember the night I blew into that one
You blew in the cup and it all came up in your face?
It was so full of dust. Yeah.
And then we did a show like 2 weeks later, and she did it again. She was talking to her cup. I'm like, be careful not to blow in it. Remember what happened last time?
It was horrible. It was a nightmare.
Yeah. So.
But we're here, and the IRS is a criminal agency. I will now tell y'all what I talked about earlier. Y'all ready to hear this? They sent one of their letters. They're so cute. I love their little letters. Okay, I'll just tell you this one right here. I'll give you the second example for the night. All right. For the year 2007. All right. Unpaid balance, $28,102.39. Interest, $12,442.25. Penalties of $6,548.75, with a total due now of $47,090.39. Yeah, so there you go.
Mm.
And Stephen cracked up. He says, please. Stephen cracked up laughing. I said, what? And he goes, please make check payable to Internal Revenue Service. Yeah, let me get right on that. Let's just write that check right out. Here we go.
Yeah, give me a pen. That's all I'm missing.
No, it's a situation to where you have to, well, I don't have to do shit, but they have to go in and they have to talk to him and they'll settle dimes on the dollar or whatever.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will.
The penalties
that
and
I
interest,
know to be true.
The penalties and interest are criminal. Criminal. I mean,
well,
most of these
as long
are
as the fat cats keep getting fat, they ain't going to stop.
941s. Fuck them. I think they're horrible. I think they're terrible. Especially when I heard what they were doing when they went before the Senate committee on, on answer to us because you're an asshole. You know what I'm talking about? What's it called? I forgot. The Senate committee on not Ways and Means, but the Overwatch committee.
Oh yeah. It's a big story right now.
Yeah, it is. It's a really big story. Now,
there's so many stories coming out of Washington that I don't even know if you could even keep up with them. They're so fucking crazy. But
you know something? What kills me is the fake that there is. I do want to show y'all one thing about Donald Trump, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The bullshit that has been made up about Russia and Donald Trump is hysterical. Bill O'Reilly, was it Bill O'Reilly? I don't remember. Bill O'Reilly, I believe, was talking about the fake, was it Bill O'Reilly? The fake bullshit about Donald Trump. And it's just unbelievable. The lie.
Bill O'Reilly and Donald Trump are buds.
Oh, they are? Well, that's good.
Yeah, they're friends. They've been friends for a long time.
Well,
Wow.
He recently did a talk where he explained how was it Bill O'Reilly? No, I'm gonna have to look on my history. I don't remember who it was. It wasn't Bill O'Reilly, but it was somebody that Ghost was talking about on his show, and it made me to where I wanted to see what was he talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It was Sean Hannity.
That makes more sense.
Okay. Sean Hannity says, talking about unbiased news, and he says it, I believe it is right here. It was really interesting. Check this out. This is Sean Hannity.
And welcome back to Hannity. So the alt-radical left and their cronies in the Destroy Trump media, they're so desperate to smear, slander, besmirch the president, they're now sounding like Vladimir Putin when pushing their fake news conspiracy theories. Now, the alt-radical left is in complete meltdown mode, and we're going to expose them. And that's tonight's monologue. All right, so earlier today, ahead of Secretary of State Rex Tillerson's trip to Moscow, the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, started running with a wild claim that the United States of America is somehow going to fake a new chemical weapons attack in Syria to justify further military action from President Trump. Now, that sounds completely nuts, right? Because it is. But guess what? The alt-radical, left, Destroy Trump media, they have repeatedly been pushing these same types of insane conspiracy theories. Watch what is supposed to be called news, NBC and others.
Wouldn't it be nice if it was just completely, totally, absolutely impossible to suspect that Vladimir Putin orchestrated what happened in Syria this week so that his friend in the White House could have a big night with missiles and all of the praise he's picked up over the last 24 hours? Wouldn't it be so nice if you couldn't even in your wildest dreams imagine a scenario like that?
Wouldn't it be great if we could go back to Wag the Dog being a being a sitcom plot, you know?
Exactly.
I'll say it again. This Russian connection just keeps building, and every time it builds and expands, you have to wonder if Trump himself isn't worried about what's swirling around under the covers.
CNN has learned new details of the FBI investigation into potential links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government.
Specifically, Willie, I think what it means is that a federal judge found that people in Trump's organization were colluding with the Russians.
Was there somebody inside the Trump campaign who was working with them, and did the president know about that, and were they successful?
Cue Twilight Zone. It's pathetic. What we have now is over-the-top, lying, bizarre, novel-like conspiracy theories and the advancing of some of the most insane, craziest stories you probably have ever heard. Now, it's completely off the charts. It's unhinged and just more proof of how completely biased these people really are. But that has not stopped Democrats in Congress from doing the exact same thing. They're as nutty as their friends in the media. Take a look at what Representative Seth Moulton said last night on Tucker Carlson's show about President Trump's decision to strike Syria. Watch this insanity.
Well, first of all, I mean, one exception does not prove the rule. I mean, this could very well be interpreted as an attempt by the administration to get out from under the claim that they're colluding with Russia. Wow. What's clear is the alt-radical left in this country.
So that maniac on the left just got through saying that Trump bombed Syria as a wag the dog thing. And I'm like, it's
insane.
It's insanity. Here's the rest of this. Listen to this. This is amazing, guys. This is amazing.
Country, they're ignoring all truth and the facts. Now, for months, the alt-radical Destroy Trump propaganda media has been pushing without one scintilla, not one, of evidence whatsoever, this false narrative of President Trump colluding with the Russians. Now, this goes against what the former director of national intelligence under Obama, James Clapper, the FBI director, James Comey, the NSA director, Admiral Mike Rogers, have all been saying. There is zero proof of the Trump-Russia collusion they keep talking about for 8 months. Watch the truth.
So you have no intelligence that suggests or evidence that suggests any votes were changed?
I have nothing generated by the National Security Agency, sir.
Director Comey, do you have any evidence at the FBI that any votes were changed in the states that I mentioned to Admiral Rogers? No.
First, we cannot say they did not change any vote tallies or anything of that sort.
Yeah, I'm just talking
we have no way of gauging the impact that certainly the intelligence community can't gauge the impact it had on choices the electorate made.
Now, maybe, just maybe, the Destroy Trump media should actually listen to what all those top government officials have been saying and maybe try reporting truth for once instead of these conspiracy theories, by the way. And if the media wants to talk about interfering in an election, well, then they should go back and focus on what the Obama administration tried to do to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Back in 2014, a congressional investigation did find that an Israeli political group used over $300,000 taxpayer dollars from the Obama State Department and a grant to actually create a political apparatus to defeat our best ally, Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu. Now, I've been saying since 2008, journalism's dead. But the partisan press is now taking it to a new, bizarre conspiracy low. They've become unhinged because they're so locked into the world of hating Trump and Trump derangement syndrome, they're doing everything in their power, as I've been telling you, to destroy him. Now, there's no doubt tonight that unbiased news is dead and buried with very few exceptions.
And there you go. And I couldn't agree with you more. And I just don't make a big deal out of it on this podcast because I know that some people out there can't handle the truth. And I think it's great. I think it is absolutely great that and the reason why they don't talk about this stuff is because they are convincing, they're brainwashing the sheep. The ones, do it, Dr. B.
Oh, me.
That's good. And yeah, they're brainwashing people too. But the little blue-haired ladies that are at home knitting, going, oh, Trump is in cahoots with Russia. No, there's no. They're not reporting what they said. They said we don't have any evidence of that.
Yeah, I'm going to stay out of this one only because I find it. I think that we found out significant amounts of information. That's why people are dropping off and getting fired left and right. Trump did have something to do with it. And I think in the end of it, there's going to be proof that he did have some people around him in his circle that were with the Russians and had some interplay with them financially. And until the tax returns are exposed, we won't know where his money truly went, a lot of it, in defending his financial cause.
Yeah, but you're talking about before he was even president. I mean, they're saying that the election was rigged that was hacked by the Russians and all this stupid stuff that they have no proof of. They're just wagging their tail. They're wagging their tongues, whatever.
Well, I mean, there is this, and I'll say this. There are a lot of people that wish to F that didn't happen, and they'll believe anything in the world that it didn't happen. Fact is, he's our president. Get over it. Support him. Do whatever you can to support him. If you don't believe in him, I get that part of it. but for God's sake, he is the president. And we're all better off if we try to get along. Period. Just us hating him doesn't make anything better. It just slows things down.
It's stupid. And I'll tell
and
you
I
something
don't.
else.
You know I don't like him, Deb. You know I don't.
I'm not that crazy about him, but I'm just saying he is the president of the United States, and I'm going to respect anything that he decides because he's not up there by himself in a little room going, I'm going to push this button and bomb Syria, then I'm going to do this and that. He's got advisors out the wahoo that are helping him up there. Yes, he doesn't. He's not a political. He's not a politician. We're tired of politicians. Our government is too big. You know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And
a lot of people took that thought process that, you know what, well, you know, he's not the political type, so it's going to be different this time. And it is different.
Good.
Is it different in a
Yes,
better way? Is it
exactly.
different in a worse way? You know?
So far, I think he's doing fine.
I'll say that I think this is the worst launch of a presidency in history.
Oh, if you look at the people, they've almost ruined it for him. I mean, I felt so sorry for him. I cried the night of his inauguration. I felt so bad for him. I thought, how rude for these women to go on and say, you're not that women. Oh my gosh, horrible stuff. Horrible, horrible, horrible.
The thing that sickened me, Deb, was that you had people crying for days. You had counselor dogs going in helping people, therapy dogs, helping people to get over it. I'm like, what has our country become?
Wait a minute, I'm going to be a little bit weird right now. I fucking loved it when he won. I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Stick it in
and
your
that's
ear.
all good and fine. It's just like, what happened to fucking people acting like men? You know what I mean? And women and doing the right thing and saying, okay, you know, I'm going to support him because it's the right thing to do.
No.
Because he's the president. Not cry and say, I need a therapy dog, or I'm not going to school because there's no point. There will be no future. That's such a defeated attitude. If you don't like the outcome, you could have changed it. You could have got a bunch of groups of people together in all those states where all those votes counted and did shit about it. But you did nothing because you were so assured that you were going to win that you didn't have to act upon it.
Yeah,
because the media was telling you 24/7 that she's going to win by a fucking landslide. Well, guess what? You were all wrong. You based that upon just the media. And look what you got.
Breathe,
people.
Debbie. Breathe, Debbie.
Well, I'm with you on this to a degree, Deb.
How
you know what I mean?
How can you not be? Because it's just the truth. You know, she was so cocky during those debates. She was so cocky. She said, well, now you're just going to have to face the fact that you're going to have to accept when you lose. You know, she was horrible about it. I thought she was.
She was so sure, and the cockiness that came out of the Democrat. And I am a Democrat. The cockiness that came out of the Democratic Party was unbelievable. It was unthinkable. Like somebody could be that fucking pompous. Like, how dare you? You've already have the ticker tape ready. I mean, you have the confetti in place. You have the cars lined up. You have the champagne off the ice already because you're so sure ready to pop it, and you're not even close to winning yet. I mean, she was doing a celebratory tour before she even had one vote in. It was ridiculous, and not going to the key states, not going to where the Electoral College would matter. Was insane to me. And you know what he did? He hammered it home, and he hammered Twitter. He's the first president, other than Obama did it first, but to completely use the social media skills of a president was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He used it 110% to his advantage, and I'll give him that.
Amen to that.
She was an asshole. She really was. She was a jerk, guys. I mean, you got to admit, she was a jerk.
She wasn't something to like. I could just say that.
Crooked Hillary.
She was so smug and so na, you know, poor. So what would she say? She would be like, poor Trump. He's over there she was just very horrible, and I thought she was terrible. I'm sorry. I don't like her. Don't like her at all.
Well, I know how much you disdain her. You don't dislike her. You disdain the woman. And that's what?
No, that's true. I laughed because
That's true.
You're right.
It's
I
so
did.
true.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
because, and I never felt like that before. When I was on the phone with Joe Seeker, when Victor came home from the Hillary party that my sister-in-law gave, where Hillary was there, I was like, oh, did you see her? Did you meet her? How does she look? And then I started finding out all of this horrible stuff about her that she did with the Clinton Foundation and with Benghazi and with all this bullshit. And I thought, oh my God, she's horrible. And with all those women, what she did to those women that her husband screwed, she ruined their lives. You know, and I'm not saying that's not even all the people that mysteriously died that pissed her off. You know, let's don't even talk about that. I'm just saying I didn't like what she did during the Benghazi hearings and that she lied, and I didn't like how she wouldn't, and that email scandal. Oh my God, that was horrible.
So sick of hearing about the fucking emails. I'm so glad that's done.
But she did, and the way she lied was horrible. I could not believe the lies that she told. It was just sad. I mean, very sad to listen to her. And I was not about to vote for somebody that would lie straight into our faces. You know what I mean? How could you trust somebody like that? I couldn't do it.
Me neither.
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
I think they're equally bad, the two of them. I think that they're bad in their own right. I don't care for Trump, and I don't think I ever could care for that type of character. But I do wish him well in the endeavors that it takes to run a country of this magnitude. I do wish him well. That I'll say. The campaign trail, he ran a much smarter campaign. He did just about every conceivable thing right, considering the odds that were so highly stacked against him. And the Democrats took such a light approach to it. Like, it's inevitable. Well, their inevitable became failure.
I know. It's horrible. It's just, what she did was just, to me, I could not morally vote for somebody that did that. I mean, I just thought, oh my God, because I stand on being honest. It's something that was bred into me or something. I don't know what my dad did. It was weird. But yeah, it was horrible.
Well, if you don't have honesty, what do you have?
I'm
saying that for everybody. I mean, what do you have if you don't believe in what you're saying yourself?
You're not a real person if you lie. I mean, to me, you're just like a plastic person.
And the thing is, like, what are you saying about yourself when you say it? Like, when you blatantly say a lie to somebody, all right? What are you saying to yourself at that instant? That you're not, forget the other person's feelings and what the facts are. How do you feel about yourself when you know you're lying?
You've got to feel pretty shitty.
Yeah, you sure do.
I totally stand by everything I ever said. I don't feel bad about anything that I did regarding Hillary Clinton. Check this out. This is one of the big ones. This is 2 minutes long. Listen to this.
On Thursday,
Secretary Clinton said there was nothing marked classified on her emails either sent or received. Was that true?
That's not true.
Secretary Clinton said, I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email. There is no classified material. Was that true?
There was classified material emailed.
Secretary Clinton said she used just one device. Was that true?
She used multiple devices.
Secretary Clinton said all work-related emails were returned to the State Department. Was that true?
No, we found work-related emails, thousands.
Did her lawyers read the email content individually?
No.
Gowdy schooled Mr. Comey on Mrs. Clinton's intent of mishandling classified material.
In your old job, you would prove intent, as you just referenced, by showing the jury evidence of a complex scheme that was designed for the very purpose of concealing the public record. She affirmatively rejected efforts to give her a state.gov account. She kept these private emails for almost 2 years and only turned them over to Congress because we found out she had a private email account. So you have a rogue email system set up before she took the oath of office, thousands of what we now know to be classified emails, some of which were classified at the time. One of her more frequent email comrades was in fact hacked, and you don't know whether or not she was. And this scheme took place over a long period of time and resulted in the destruction of public records, and yet you say there is insufficient evidence of intent.
Gowdy finished with what he said is most concerning about the double standard for Hillary Clinton.
You mentioned there's no precedent for criminal prosecution. My fear is there still isn't. There's nothing to keep a future Secretary of State or President from this exact same email scheme or their staff. And my real fear is this. It's what the chairman touched upon. This double-track justice system that is rightly or wrongly perceived in this country. That if you are a private in the Army and you email yourself classified information, you will be kicked out. But if you are Hillary Clinton and you seek a promotion to commander-in-chief, you will not be. So what I hope you can do today is help the average person, the reasonable person you made reference to, the reasonable person understand why she appears to be treated differently than the rest of us would be.
All of that was what sealed the deal for me. I couldn't believe it. I was in shock when I heard some of the lies that she would tell. Especially when they said, "Did you wipe the server clean?" She goes, "You mean like with a cloth?" I thought, you fucking bitch. And you want to be the commander? Da, 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 da. You want to lead this nation? You stole property from the White House? When you and Bill left, you stole artwork and dishes and all kinds of stuff. And you want us to trust you up there to... I mean, what she did with her husband during the Clinton Foundation, she would pimp him out and then give favors to the countries that he talked to because they would pay through him. You know, they would pay her through him. It was a pay-to-play situation. It was horrible. And I used to say, I think there's something wrong with people that are voting for Hillary Clinton, to be honest with you. You refuse to see what's going on. And I thank God that there was social media like we had to prove this stuff. And so far, I haven't seen one bad thing come out about Donald Trump, except when he was talking to that one guy and he goes, "Yeah, I'd like to grab her by the pussy." I mean, how many of y'all have said stuff like that in private? That's all they found?
Well, no, there's certainly more.
Which is what?
Well, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to get into the whole political thing because it's a big circle. It's a big circle jerk, and nobody at the end of it gets what they want.
Give me one. Give me one. Just throw one. Anything.
Think of the people he's had to let go in the first month of his presidency. For what reasons that he won't say? The claims he says.
No, something rotten.
See, it never ends.
Something
like,
rotten. Something rotten that he did, like lying and being horrible and doing something with the United States. I mean, it's pretty rotten, Steve. Will you give me at least that what she did was pretty rotten?
Oh, there's no question. She's a politician. 99% of what she did was shit.
She's a rotten politician.
She's a rotten human. I don't like her. I never did I ever say to you, Hillary's great. I love her. I think she's a piece of garbage.
I'm so glad she didn't make it to the big office.
Amen.
Yeah, that's a part I don't disagree with at all. You know what I mean? It's just like, I just wish that the Republicans had more to offer. That's my thing, and I'm allowed to feel that. And I think it's going to be interesting and support the fucking leader of the country right now because he's who you got. You know?
Yeah.
And maybe.
But it's okay. I think he's doing just fine.
Yeah, he's done a lot more in the first 100 days than probably his predecessor.
Jimmy, I hate to do this, but you're going to have to get banned because you will not, no matter what you do, you will not stop using the N-word in my chat room. So you're going to have to go. Bye, Jimmy. There you go. I mean,
there goes Jimmer.
What do you do? What am I supposed to do with that bullshit that he brings in the chat room?
I don't know. I've got it closed right now, but he's interesting. he gets.
Oh, go ahead.
No, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know one of the many things that Jimmy is known for is that he has that Moon Man logo, and he always says the N-word in most chats, in the most posts I've seen in the chat room.
Yeah, it wears on you a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's times when he's on this show with Debi, and he's just having a great conversation about it. I mean, he could stay completely off it. I think when he has a few drinks too many, that just comes out a little easier. You know what I mean? I think that's the case, but
right.
For the most part, he's a really decent guy. He's been around for what, a year, Deb, or more than that, 2 years.
I'm not going to say a word, but some idiot was in there. How can I call up Kurt? He's got me blocked. Willie, hot stuff. I call Willie hot stuff.
Hot stuff. Look at you, Willie.
He's hot stuff. I can't call him. He's got me blocked. I'll try to call him, but he's got me blocked on Skype. I know he's blocked me. Let me see if I can call him. He won't talk to me. But there's no reason for Kurt to be mad at me. I didn't do anything. I always liked Kurt. I'll try. Let me see what's going on and see if I can ring him in, but I don't think I can.
Yeah.
I think Wolfman put out an order. Everybody stay clear of her because she's the devil. She's the demon, which is ridiculous.
I liked Kurt a lot. I never had a bad thing to say about the man.
Me either.
I think he's intriguing. I think he's genuine. I think he's a good family person, which is rare to find nowadays. I think Kurt wears his heart on his sleeve and he believes what he says and he doesn't say anything that's ridiculous.
Well, how much did you hear?
There's nothing wrong with that.
How many good things did you hear me say about Curtis?
Always.
It was ridiculous.
You always have something nice to say about him.
No, he's got me blocked. Yeah, he's got me blocked.
I think he's in one of those situations where, when you do a show, it's just going to have to be like when sometimes we do a show together, just me and you, we don't even pick up the phone. You know what I mean? Because he hasn't figured out yet how the internet works. And that's not his fault. Maybe it is to a degree, but he doesn't understand that there are people out here that will try to get a rise out of you no matter what it takes. It'll make their day to fuck with you.
Well, I don't know.
And that's what happened to him. He got trolled really hard and he could not. And to him, it was like I felt the first time. It's like, what are you talking? That's insanity. Why would you go there? You son of a bitch. Why would you?
Who?
It's not even real. No, when I got trolled.
He was upset, and he blamed everything on me. He blamed everything on me.
Because it happened on your show. Not that you said it.
No. And I thought that was ridiculous. Jimmy, if you'll hang up, I'm ringing you into the call, you idiot.
See, now that's internet love right there. That was her nice way of saying, I'm trying to let you in. Bud.
What?
She is an idiot.
What?
You mad?
Why would I be
mad?
Mad? Mad at who? You?
Yeah. You just blocked me again.
You cannot do that in the chat room, sweetie. You cannot do that. That doesn't look good.
Dude, jackass Marxist bullshit. You used to let everybody say whatever the fuck they wanted in the goddamn chat room. Why the change?
I don't know. I just don't
Jimmy.
The N-word is an ethnic slur, usually directed at black people.
Yeah, and I have every right to say it.
No, not in my chat room, you don't. What is that noise? Bye, Jimmy.
What?
I don't know. I just got him out of the group. Sorry. He's like a nightmare.
Was that Jimmy playing that?
Yes, it was a song about the N-word.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy, I know you're still listening, buddy. Listen, I like you. Oh, everybody likes you. It get old, man.
It's just
you're repeating the same thing 50,000 times in a show, and instead of just some content, you throw the N-word in over and over again. That's your filler word. You say that like I say the word the. And I think it grinds on some people. But you're definitely funny. You got the game. You could bring it. You could step up when you want to.
Yeah.
But
our daddy says I'm such a communist.
Good old our daddy.
Our daddy? Do
He's
you
a good
really
guy.
believe?
I like him to call in.
Oh, okay. Well, communists don't allow freedom of speech, but we do allow freedom of speech here, and there are limits, too.
You tell him, Dr. B.
Yeah. You know what, our daddy, if you think that Debi's a commie, wouldn't you think that she would police everything we do? Huh? I mean, it happens in Venezuela and the Soviet Union. Nobody gets freedom, political or economic, in those countries.
He's on a roll, Steve.
I'm on mute.
No, he's on a roll. This is good.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and communists are the ones who do the central planning, and nobody's going to have utopia. And a true communist doesn't have leaders. And yet, Debi's the host of the show. So that doesn't mean she's commie. She's for freedom. And,
Yeah, so suck it, our daddy. I like our daddy. Oh, I love our daddy.
He's cool. He hasn't called in forever, has he?
He called in not too long ago. No, he called in.
Did he?
He's got the coolest accent. He's got one of those yummy, yummy accents.
He's got a good voice, yeah. Definitely a good accent.
I like when Willie calls and he screams at me and he goes, Debbie, can I ask you a lady question? Is it just me or is it that funny?
And no matter what he says, it always goes into a rant right after you say it. You can give him a good answer, you can give no answer. Either way, it's over.
I cannot please Willie. I cannot please the man.
Oh,
Ronald,
wow.
You need to settle down. You're getting all bajiggity, okay? You're getting all...
Simmer.
He sends me all these private messages on Twitter. They're so funny.
Yeah.
He's so stupid. No, he's funny. I like Ronald. He's weird. I was talking...
Ronald is the other Canadian, correct?
Hell, they're all Canadian. Who knows?
I swear one night I'm listening in. I swear if somebody else listened in for the first time, they were going to think this was the Canadian connection.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly like
there were
that.
3 Canadians on the call.
Stupid.
There was Joe, Ronald, and Dennis. And you hear them talking about to each other. I'm like, holy shit, this is like the greatest Canadian connection ever.
And a boot. I know. It's ridiculous.
You have a huge following up in Canada, Deb.
My biggest listens come from I think it is Canada. I could be wrong about that.
Do you know where my biggest listens come from?
No,
myself.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't mean that.
It's true.
Aww.
I listen to my show more than anybody does.
Hey, y'all want to hear Steve Rush playing the drums?
No.
No, it's good.
Sure.
Y'all want to hear him and when he's with old Reuter in the pizza shop playing the drums?
You don't even have that one, you said.
Yes, I do.
You found it?
Live from the pizza shop in Plainville, Indiana. It's old Reuter with special guest, the great Steve Ogle.
Drove down. That shows you how loyal I am.
Oh, you did find it.
Jack Hay.
Yep.
That's my guy.
I know him, so that's like,
Ugh.
to me, I don't know.
Shut up.
Hear you.
If the man's so spiritual, he ain't got no wine. Come on in. The whiskey's fine. Over the shoulder, and the first thing that saw was a 4-pick banjo in the pair. He said that boy's half crazy, plays the same song all the time, but hey, come on in. The whiskey's fine. The food'll make you sick. The air'll make you choke. The waitress ain't working. And on one or two. That was Dean Martin. Ain't that a motherfucker?
Hey,
Lie. Get it, Gus. Up.
Hey, old Reuter Live 04 wants to know.
Shut up, Kay Gallagher, you loudmouth fake psychic.
Oh, my God.
She got trolled more than anybody on 4chan. Hated that bitch. You need to go to church. You got to remember, this is over a phone here.
Hey, old Rooter Live 04 wants to know, are you accepting calls and are you going to look in the box?
You got signal. I like listening to your voice.
I can harmonize it in the background.
My bag's starting to get a little
Sort of
dry.
sounds like you.
You just called me a cocksucker. Wondering where. Sorry.
Oh, that it just makes my.
She's annoying.
Oh,
She is like
God.
nails on a chalkboard, buddy. Ugh.
Oh, it's hard to listen to. I thought I called in on that show, didn't I?
You did. In fact, you were the only one I wanted to talk to, if you remember. You called in. I'm like, hey, Debbie, because I was mic'd.
Steve Ogle with me tonight.
Hey,
we got together and it seems. Let's see.
Don't let honky tonk and heaven I be so away.
I feel so incredibly with him, and it's weird because I can be more.
Stuff tastes phenomenal. So, life is good.
Yeah.
I was running out of time.
I thought I called in, but I don't know where it is.
You definitely did.
I thought I did, didn't I?
1,000,000% you did.
Where did I call in, I wonder?
I don't remember I didn't know any of these songs. I was just doing the drum tracks to them.
Was that? Could somebody hear that or not?
Hey, Kay.
Yes?
Yes? Ugh. It'll make your ears like go ding, hurt, kind of. Ugh.
Pretty painful. It's like hearing me sing Beth.
You hear the drums? Hurts my heart, you motherfucker. Hey, you don't be honest. Check out the people. Send her to the grocery store. She got. Hey, you went to the.
Say hi to her. Oh.
In the salt sign, say, come on in.
I'm trying to find some callers.
Dadgummit. It's my drink station.
And are you going to look in the box? Sounds like you.
I look at the back.
Did you ever sing on any of those tracks, Steve?
I don't know these songs.
I know.
All I did was some harmony in the background. Like when I heard him hold a chord, I just grabbed that chord with him.
I'm surprised you could even play the drum part of it. This is August the 15th of 2010.
Yeah, it's just simple country beat,
Yeah, that's easy for you to say. I don't know what a simple country beat is, though.
Yeah, it's just a simple 4/4 slow progression. But I how many songs? How long is that clip? Did you have? I should ask.
Let me go back and look. I just got off of it. Hold on just a second.
You got to send me that link, please. That was my buddy.
It's not a link. It's just something I have on my computer. It's 2 hour. It's 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Wow, of just us playing and talking.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he recorded that much.
Yeah, I could let it go. I could let it roll if you want me to.
No, it'll be too much for people to endure. But it would be interesting to have a copy of that. I don't know how you can get it to me, but
I can do it. I can do anything.
I want that. That for personal reasons. That was a good person.
Yeah. Guess who?
Important person.
Guess who I heard passed away?
Who's that?
Snake.
Really?
Yeah.
Did Skype Assholes going to do anything? Or did they mention it? Or how'd you find out?
I found out through somebody else that knew me and knew that I knew them, but I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't verified it. I have to call and get it verified and stuff.
I remember him 6-7 years ago, and he sounded like he wasn't living a very healthy lifestyle. I don't know if that was the case or not. But
no, you can't sit around and smoke 55,000 cigarettes a day and do nothing. Yeah, you're right.
That's what I mean.
Exactly. You know, I had a show that Dennis called in, one of the very first shows that I ever talked to Dennis, and I swear I don't know what I did with it. It was the shows that I did when I was on Talk Shoe, and Dennis calls in, I think, and says, I don't remember where it was. I played it just the other day because I was like, oh, this is interesting, and I saw it, and now I don't know where it's at.
You were looking for that the other day. The very first time he called in? Was it the very first?
Piss you off. Let's say somebody comes in. Frustration among people are related. No, it's not. It's just... and now it's you-know-who. I got the you-know-what.
I don't know where it went.
Blog Talk.
No, I wasn't on Blog Talk Radio, but I don't know what I did with them. Maybe they're somewhere else or something. Because it was when I was on Talk Shoe. Here it is. I just found it. Here we go. Listen, this is me and you on Talk Shoe.
It's off. So.
Really?
Yep.
I'm not banned from BTR. I can
on Talk Shoe, and here I am.
This is Dennis. This was in 2000. This was September the 10th of 2010.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that was going on. I wonder who it is. I wonder if it's a friend of mine, and I wonder how they even knew.
No, the BWC spammed BTR chat rooms. Debbie Daddy's on Talk Shoe, and everybody ran over there, and everybody got pissed off. That's what he's talking about. I know, it was great.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know.
Well, I don't know either, and I thought it was quite interesting, too, as well. But whatever the case, and whatever, and whatever.
It looks like it worked. Whoever did it, I don't know. I guess thank you. I don't know. I don't like that there. Isn't that what they call spamming? Or is that spamming? What is spamming?
I don't know. Whatever. I don't care.
I don't care either. What's going on with you? Tell me about you. I want to know about you.
You would ya? Well, I started my show back up again.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing my fourth one tomorrow. Again. After 10 months off. So.
Really?
Yep.
I'm not banned from BTR. I can go in there any minute I want. I just they don't want me to do a show. They think I'm too much of a troll. So I would love to go and listen to it. Is it simply just Dream Master?
Yeah, Dream Master 1. The Big Picture is the name of the show. Last week was the vortex within the shift, and I forget. I did a show on analogy.
Now all of you idiots out there, they're like, I can't believe she's mean to Dennis. I've known Dennis since 1910, okay? So y'all can all go fuck yourselves.
19.
And here's me and Steve, September the 8th of 2010, when Dr. B was in the 3rd grade.
It's headed straight.
Expected if I had the wireless going, but this is straight up.
That's your desktop, right?
Yeah, it's a desktop, but it's in my living room, hooked up to my 50-inch plasma that my favorite sister got me for Christmas last year. Which I don't know what she's going to do to top it, but I expect something good.
That's the logical way to do it, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was sitting there. I had my little brand new iPhone at the family.
Piece of shit, I said, I created that human. Men are nothing more than fertilizer.
Nice.
Whoa. Ouch, Debbie, darling, baby girl. Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, Debbie, that's
Ouches.
hot.
Okay.
All right.
Men are nothing more than fertilizers. Ooh, I must have been. Victor must have been late coming home that night.
Whoa.
Yeah, so there you go. Dennis, I've known forever. Dr. B is a newbie in the family. I've known Steve, maybe the longest, as far as calling in all the time. There was a time when Audrey and Stabby called into my show every single night. Can you believe that? Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's cool.
Stabby of all people. I picked Stabby out right here in this show.
The Bible itself is a written record.
That's not how it works.
That's what you...
That's Stabby, my pumpkin head. You want to hear Stabby talking to me, Dr. B and Steve? Listen, since we're bored out of our fucking minds,
Sure.
Listen.
Knowledge, it was all from reading the Bible.
Are money and power.
Okay,
I
here we
believe
go.
in it's striving to obtain those two things, because if you have those two things, you're a lot less likely to be victimized. And for me, arguing with people about the existence of God is a lot of times kind of futile. And I choose not to engage in that conversation just because it doesn't suit my purpose.
Okay.
And I believe in doing things that suit your purpose and maintain and get things that you most need. I believe in goodness and decency and nobility, but on that I also believe in money and power.
I can't hear Debbie.
Debbie, reply. Debbie?
No, it's I agree, but you should at least say something when someone says something completely blatant, as you don't believe in anything, or that the devil is making you do something, or you should at least say, well, come on, give an example of why that's kind of silly. There's no reason to believe in the existence of any demons or anything like that. Personal experience does not count. It's the
Okay. I think you're right,
kind
and I have wanted this
of evidence.
conversation with Debbie, and I will take this conversation with Debbie, and I will have this show featured on the front page of Blog Talk Radio.
Okay.
Because he is a red-lettered, card-carrying atheist.
But see, I wasn't for a long time. This is something that's rather new. For a long time, I wasn't.
Something happened in your life to where you gave up on the existence of any fucking God. Am I right?
Well, no,
Am I right?
didn't. It was a very long evolution. I was never a firm believer.
I understand.
I did.
So here's what I'm saying. People, I believe, go rolling merrily, and stay with us, men, not men, go rolling merrily along until finally they say, and I did it one day in my front yard 6 years ago. I looked at my nephew and I said,
That's me talking to Mr. Pumpkinhead, Stabby Doo-Doo Face.
Yeah, I hear him. He's sounding
Here's
very
my bong. Listen.
opinionated.
Stabby the atheist. Oh man, that's some dirt right there.
Now you know what's wrong with him. No, I'm joking, Stabby.
Well, you're beginning to understand some of the deeper seeds that are inside of that man.
And
So, can I talk
also-
about Saturday really quickly?
Yes,
because I
but
think
I
I
wanna
need.
make-
I think I need to.
I want to make one final point.
Absolutely.
All of you noobs that come around and are like, hey, so-and-so, guys, this is a family that's been together for a long time, just like you guys over there at you-know-where have been together for a long time. And we do not need you to come in and police us. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's up, Steve?
No, I was just going to say Saturday. I've had edibles in the last, what would you say, about year. I had edibles. So this was the first time I smoked a joint probably in 15 years. So I had a date, went out, had the rest of the hotel room to my night because she had to leave, and that was great. That's what I wanted. It was perfect. And I had a joint and a half left, right? So I smoked it, and I started getting really nervous. So I needed to talk to somebody, and that's why I got a hold of Joe. I would have got a hold of you, but you weren't available. And I got to say, that is the greatest I've ever slept in my life. It's the best I've felt in probably 10 years. How is that illegal?
Well, because we live in a fucked up country.
I didn't feel like hurting anybody. I didn't feel like going outside. If I drank, I'd want to beat somebody's face in. It was just a completely different feeling. I was calm. Music was better. Everything sounded unbelievably phenomenal. Conversation was richer and deeper and meant more. And this is illegal. But somebody could buy a fifth of Jack and just wreck into a car and kill a family because they can't sit still.
I need Stabby. I've got too much water in this stupid bong. It's one of these newfangled bongs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wish I could have did a bong rip, but
He
I
doesn't
don't know
care
what
about me enough to help me with my bongs.
Come on, Stabby, help out, bro.
Nah, leave him alone. He hates me. It's over. We're done. We're not on a break. We broke up.
Again?
No, we broke up this time. This is for good.
Did you guys send each other letters? check yes or no?
He went back to her.
No way. No fucking way. Come on. Tell me something I'll believe.
Was playing patty cake with her all night Saturday night. From what I heard. I wasn't there at the live show, but yeah.
Debbie, what you got to say about yourself, boy? That's area that you just don't go to.
Oh, well.
That's unrealistic and I'm mad at you now, you fucker.
We broke up.
Did he really do that?
Yeah. Swear to God. I wouldn't lie. Oh, he was over there being all nice and this, that, and the other, blah, 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 talk. Oh, you sound great, this, that, and the other. And I thought, okay.
Really? And all he could say in our chat room is how much we suck.
Yeah, that's basically right. Yeah.
Come on, Stabby, that ain't cool, bro.
He was the one that even asked her, do a show.
Wow, I could see why you would be a little bit upset with that. I would be.
Well...
Not to mention he doesn't want to meet you in person. Fucker.
Yeah, he doesn't like me. So that's okay. I have a new boyfriend.
Which one is this?
Willie.
Oh.
Y'all know I'm joking.
If you can get over the abuse, she'll be fine.
Yeah, but maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need somebody to tell me to shut the fuck up.
He's like the Ike Turner of Spreaker.
The Ike Turner of Spreaker.
Like the ghost wannabe.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna stick with Ike. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, 1.5 joints. Let's play chess. I would love to play chess. It's just like back to me again. I'm sorry, Deb.
No, please
when you smoked the first time, like every fucking, I have this big ass hotel room, like gorgeous room. Like the fucking phone book looked cool. The every channel looked awesome. Like I'm going through and I'm looking at porn, which is just amazing, right? Everything was just so much more important. Like the knobs on my computer, because I brought my laptop with me and my headset. I'm like, wow, I didn't realize I had such a nice ass Dell computer. Wow, this thing is so fucking sweet. Like I would never even think that, right? Oh God, it's the greatest feeling in the world. Dr. B, have you ever smoked weed?
For 25 years, never had a puff of marijuana.
Okay, just asking, man. Nothing wrong with it if you don't.
Oh, that's cool.
But I just got to say, I told my son, I said, I can't start this shit because I like it too much. I told him that because my son is like, Dad, what do you want? What do you want? I'll get you more. What do you want? I'm like, I don't know. In the back of my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, I do.
I think it's good for everybody.
I just think it puts you in a place that you would have never been able to get to without it. I just mean that. Like I would never be able to feel and hear the things. I was listening to music and I was hearing stuff, time signature changes in songs that I'd never heard before. Do you know what I mean? Because I have a musical ear. It's what I do. I'm a drummer. So I listen for time changes and signatures. And I'm like, when was that part in there? I guess since they recorded the song 30 years ago. I mean, but now I'm hearing it.
True.
Man, good stuff.
It makes everything better. John Lennon said that it causes the flowers in your mind to bloom. Have you ever gotten high, Dr. B?
What?
I just asked him that.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
No, he said never. He's never had marijuana. Which is good, right?
Well, for my health, because one of the studies that I found is that the reason I'm not smoking is because there's more carcinogens in a marijuana smoke than there is of a typical cigarette smoke.
Stabby says I'm not wearing any pants. Stabby, is it true that there's more carcinogenic things in weed than there is in cigarettes or anything else or whatever?
I disbelieve that.
I don't know if I believe that though. Yeah, I don't. Really.
I don't believe that at all. There's actually radiation in a cigarette. So I don't believe so.
All right. If it's an academic study, then might as well complain to professors or researchers who conducted it.
I don't have their numbers.
Ooh, Dr. B's getting a little snappy peppy pip pop here, and I like of that. Now here's
I like it too.
I want you to ask the same teacher who killed John F. Kennedy.
Oh my teacher would say, Lee Harvey Oswald.
Really?
I bet your teacher smokes weed.
You could be right. I just think it's funny.
Just saying.
I think it's sad. I think they should just leave it to where they don't know who did it. It's because it's going to come out eventually. One of these days, it might take me another 5-10 years. They're going to say, well, guess what? We have 100% proof. And I think they're getting close to it, and I'll tell you why. They have a video that was shot that day by a person that nobody's ever seen. Nobody's ever seen the video because for some unknown reason, the CIA grabbed everybody's video cameras. We have no idea why they did that. I guess it was just something that they do. Anyway, and this was actually it was shot the second that he was shot, and it shows the grassy knoll, and it shows the fire from the fireball. It was called, what they shot him with was called what is a fireball? I meant to look that up. It's a gun called a fireball. Have you ever heard of that?
A fireball?
I've never heard of it in my life. Dr. B will do that. It's a gun called a fireball. That's what the shooter talked about. And one of the tramps that was in there, he kept calling it the fireball or something.
I don't know. I never shot one. I don't know.
Me neither. It's a somewhat spherical mass of fire, I think.
You need to hush. It says the 221 caliber Remington Fireball is a center fire cartridge created by Remington in 1963 as a special round for use in their experimental single shot bolt actions XP100. It's a bullet.
Donald Trump in the chat room says it's a sniper pistol.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't realize it was even a gun. I'm not very brilliant.
I think it goes, it makes like a, excuse me, I'm still coughing from my cold. It must make some sort of like a gold ball or something, but that's what they have in this video that I've been looking at. And it's really quite amazing, the video that was shot. They just now got it released. The family sued to get it back, and
What's it showing? Is it showing anything definitive, or?
Yes, it does. It's very scary to see. It's very scary.
Is it on YouTube or no?
Well, they're trying to keep it pretty. It's getting deleted and taken down a lot, but it is it is called the Mary Ann Mormon film or the Bell film. So you can see him perfectly. And see, here's what I think is so funny about these shooters. When they got the tramps, the 3 tramps, which one was really a tramp, and the other 2 were involved. And the funny part about it is those cops are just walking by and they're smiling because they're thinking, we're going to walk right out of here. Just like in that movie called Ocean's 11, where they say, we're going to walk right out the front door. You know what I mean?
I do.
But it's the Marian Mormon video.
Tabernacle Choir?
No.
Sorry.
No, I understand. It's the also the Bell film is one that shows it. It's pretty amazing to see. We can close out with this little ditty. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here, okay? Watch what I'm going to show you. I almost turned on my webcam again. All right, here we go with what I'm going to show you guys, just so y'all can give me your impression. I'm still researching this. Here it is.
This Polaroid photograph shows the knoll at the instant President Kennedy was shot. Does this picture contain the image of an assassin?
Okay, I see shoulder bench.
As the presidential motorcade moved through Dealey Plaza, a series of shots rang out. In a matter of seconds, the President of the United States was struck down. But how many shots were there? The vast majority of onlookers only heard 3, the 3 that Oswald fired. But at least 19 witnesses reported hearing 4. Could there be photographic evidence of a hidden gunman who fired that extra shot? One photographer standing on the side of Elm Street that afternoon snapped a photo at the instant the fatal shot struck the president. The background for her photo was the grassy knoll. In this tiny, grainy image, produced by Marianne Moorman's Highlander 80A Polaroid camera, is what some conspiracy theorists believe is the smoking gun. Literally. At first glance, the shadows and shapes of the grassy knoll reveal nothing more than trees and a fence. But upon closer examination, in an area just above and behind a wall, some researchers have found the foggy image of a man who appears to be firing a gun.
About 16 feet north of the southeast corner of that stockade fence, they see some guy, they say, with a uniform on, and he has a badge. And they call him the Badge Man, and they say he's the Grassy Knoll assassin.
And you're saying that that would be his hairline right in here. This is the hairline, forehead.
To investigate the mystery of Badge Man, we have enlisted the services of photogrammetrist George Pearl and his assistant photographer Joe Cook. They plan to restage the Mormon photo and geographically determine if the position of the Badge Man could have been used by a sniper. First, they make a negative image that will allow them to look through the picture and use known objects to line up geometric points of symmetry in the plaza.
And I'm going to
the following morning, Pearl and Cook set up in Dealey Plaza with the same model camera used by Marianne Moorman.
Camera so that then I can project this image back out over the scene and align what Miss Moorman did years ago.
After 20 minutes of meticulous adjustments, the modern-day plaza is perfectly aligned with the old image.
It's like a time machine. You can actually walk around in Miss Mary Moorman's photograph.
Next, George puts an actor precisely where he believes the Badge Man image appears in Marianne Moorman's photo. But would the Badge Man have had a clear shot at the president? Another actor portraying John F. Kennedy is now matched into the Moorman photo, taken at the instant of the fatal shot to the president's head.
Okay, Mr. President, bend over just a tad more. You're right there.
Now we can place our camera at the Badge Man location and determine what a sniper would have seen as he looked up Elm Street. Even though the trees now obscure a clear view, it is evident that the Badge Man would have had an open shot at the president along Elm Street, if the Badge Man did indeed exist.
It does certainly appear to be a person in that photograph and in the darkness of the area behind this fence.
And then they cut it off after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen that one before. You said that was just revealed?
Look right there. Look.
The Badge Man.
Yes, this just came out.
Huh.
And it matches perfectly with the pictures of the 3 tramps because they walked by very smugly. So, there you go.
There you go, kids.
I'm getting closer to giving a full reveal. Do I know more? Yes, I know more. Have I even got more evidence on my own? Yes. But this is very big right here. Very big.
How long of a ride is it for you? Like 20, 30 minutes to get there?
From where I'm at, if I got my car right now, 20, maybe 15.
Yeah.
The way I drive, 10. I can get to Austin.
Yeah, I'd love to go there just because it's such a big part of history. I'd like to photograph it myself.
It's eerie.
It is eerie. I was just going to say that. I bet you it's eerie.
It's very, very emotional for me.
Yeah. I can imagine.
I don't know why. I'm just very attached to him. I like him a lot. think he was good.
But I think he was I think he was going to be the greatest president we ever knew. I didn't have enough time to know.
Not according to Apocalypse. Apocacuck. Apocacuck.
Apocacuck.org. Sorry.
No. But there you go. That is what I'm actually... It's just there.
And that says it was surreal. I can imagine that it was if you lived there in that time and you were so close to it. That's like if God forbid that happened, a few blocks from my house. It would be just bizarre that it happened in my backyard, But
yeah. At one time in my life, I almost bought into the theory that it was a Secret Service agent man that was behind them, and whenever they goosed the car, he fell back in the M8, the M80. That's what killed my brother. The M16 or whatever it's called in his possession went off, and I almost went with that because it was really
a lot of people. There's so many. Not to interrupt. There's so many different theories on what had happened.
There's really not, sweetie. There's not. The only theory that's out there is that there was somebody besides Oswald, and if we can prove, which they tried to get the body exhumed, and the Kennedys said no, just let it go. Okay, to prove that there was mercury in the frontal wound, and they another thing is they covered up the hole in the back of his head. Because that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt, or legally you say a reasonable doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt that that there was a frontal shooter. What do we got? Somebody just give me a picture here?
Yeah, I made one for you while I was sitting here. So
you're so stupid.
That's what I do. I love art. So sorry. Go ahead.
No, if you go ahead, I want to hear what you have to say.
Oh, it's all right. This kind of topic is sufficiently complex that it deserves a research paper or an entire book with every angle examined.
Yay! Are you going to do that? See, I got another one here. It is unbelievable. You cannot, if you believe for 1 second that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, there are people out there that will tell you, real big, smart, important people, that there is definitely something wrong with you. People that were there, even people that were there that were in on it will tell you there's no way you can possibly believe that. There's no way. It's impossible. When he got shot, it was back and to the left. They hit him in his right temple. The doctors, that's who you need to listen to, is listen to the ER doctors that were that were there the day he walked in. And they will tell you there was a huge hole in the back of his head. And,
yeah.
His brain was gone. Truly it was.
Ugh. Wow, even when you watch it today, it's like, no matter how tough you think you are, that's a rough thing to watch. And you watch her, Jackie O, just trying to figure out where to go, what to do, how to save her husband. And it looks like she's climbing out of the vehicle. She was really just trying to grab part of his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all been confirmed.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
There's a documentary called Where's the Brain, or where his brain went, because when he got to the this was amazing right here what they did. They did a mock trial that was real people. This is the real guy, the absolute real guy that was there. But it's unbelievable how they did this. They did this, and it's called What Happened to Kennedy's Brain.
Mr. O'Connor, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you are.
My name is Paul K. O'Connor.
He really is. This is not an actor, okay?
Gainesville, Florida.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing when you were 21 years old?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was a hospital corpsman, United States Navy, and I was stationed in Bethesda, Maryland.
At Bethesda Hospital, where the president was brought?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when they brought the president in?
Yes, sir.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your duties were at Bethesda Hospital at that time?
Well, I worked with a partner. We assisted in postmortem. My job in postmortem was to remove the deceased brain.
Are you just a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Well, I don't blame you. It's all right. Just take your time.
If he was that close to me, I'd be a little worried too, Mr. O'Connor.
I'll back off.
Thank you.
Just we're all in this together, so just I understand. Just take your time.
Speak up just a little bit, if you would, please, Mr. O'Connor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now, when the president came in, what did you do?
The casket came in at approximately 8 o'clock in the evening. They set the casket on the floor beside the table, and we opened the casket. Inside was a body bag. The body bag was unzipped, and we removed the president's body and placed it on the table.
Did you help do that?
Yes.
Did you have your hands on him?
Yes.
At what part of his body, sir?
His shoulders.
All right. You were at the head end.
Yes.
Well, now let's just describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were prepared to do. What were you prepared to do?
Prepare the body, to remove the brain. And
you were prepared to remove the brain?
Yes.
And would you tell the jury how that's done, please?
In order to remove a brain from a deceased person, you have to make an incision that goes from ear across the top of the head to ear. Then the scalp is slowly peeled back until it's hooked under the chin on the front. The scalp is retracted in the back the same way. You then cut the temporal muscles on both sides. You have two sets of muscles on both sides called temporal muscles. They're cut. Then I used a saw and sawed completely around the top of the cranium.
And then what, sir?
You take a small chisel and you pry the cranium loose and open up the top of the skull where you have the dura mater, which is a tough, fibrous membrane that covers the brain. That's then cut with a pair of scissors all the way around close to where you've done the cutting with a saw. That exposes the whole top of the brain. At that time, you reach in very gently with your left hand and you pull up the front of the brain and cut the optic nerves and other nerves and veins and arteries that hold and support the brain in the cranium.
All right. Now, Mr. O'Connor, in this case, we have developed some facts that when these doctors who testified here came before this jury to testify, they were never shown a brain. Although they were told there had been a brain placed in a bucket of formaldehyde, but they never were shown the brain. Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes, I do.
Would you tell the jury what the explanation is?
The president's brains were literally blown out of his head. He had none.
Are you saying that there was no brain in the president's head?
There was no brain. There were pieces of brain matter that were inside the cranium, just macerated pieces. Nothing that you could tell one part from the other.
Well, what do you mean there were pieces? How much of the brain was left in the skull?
Maybe a handful at the most.
You mean a full handful or what?
Maybe a half a handful.
Now, did you open the president's brain as you would in an ordinary case?
We didn't have to.
You mean you didn't peel the president's brain back?
No, sir. There was nothing to do. He had a monstrous hole in his head.
And so there was never a cut around or the hole or the brain taken out?
We didn't have to.
Because the brain wasn't there?
The brain was gone for all practical purposes. It was gone.
Well, when these people draw pictures of the brain, when these people say that there were pictures taken, photographs taken of the brain, what do you have to say about that?
They must be talking about somebody else.
Well, were you at the head of the president all during the time the autopsy was taken?
The whole time.
When people say that the brain was fixed in formaldehyde, is that true?
No.
Is that a lie, sir?
It has to be. There's no brain.
Thank you, sir. You may examine.
Mr. O'Connor, you were 21 at the time, sir? The time of the incident?
21 or 22. I'm not really sure right now.
This is Mr. I think his name is Bill Gulsey. He is the #1 Kennedy investigator in the world, the guy that's fixing the cross.
I have no doubt, Mr. O'Connor, that in a normal situation it would be you who would remove the brain from the decedent, but this obviously and unquestionably was not a normal situation. You certainly agree with me on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it possible then that the autopsy surgeons would have done this, as opposed to you, in this situation, since it was so unusual?
Well, they did most of the mundane jobs that we did that night.
Okay. But they did not remove the brain from the body?
There was no brain to be removed.
The official autopsy report in this case, Mr. O'Connor, dated November the 22nd, 1963, states on page 4, the brain is removed and preserved for further study following formalin fixation. Also, from the surface of the disrupted right cerebral cortex, 2 small, irregularly shaped fragments of metal are recovered. These measure 7 by 2 millimeters and 3 by 1 millimeter. These are placed in the custody of agents Francis X. O'Neill, Jr. and James W. Siebert of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who executed a receipt therefor. Now, Mr. O'Connor, 3 surgeons signed their name to this autopsy report. Are you saying that none of these things happened?
Not to my knowledge, they didn't.
Okay. Now, in 1978, you were interviewed by the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was a 1.5-hour interview.
Yes, as I can remember.
Now, Mr. O'Connor, if the president's brain being missing from his head is one of the most shocking things that you've ever seen in your entire life, a matter that you think should have been investigated, certainly, and if they spoke to you for 1.5 hours about your observations that night, why wasn't it important enough for you to tell these people about it?
I was under orders not to talk until that time.
What?
I was under orders not to talk to anybody.
By whom?
By the United States military brought in orders a couple of days after the autopsy, and we were to remain silent.
But you talked to them for 1.5 hours. You told them all types of things in that document.
I received permission from the Select Committee on Assassinations to talk through the Secretary of Navy and Secretary of Defense.
Paul, when I first asked you this question over the phone, did you tell me the reason I never told them is they never asked me?
Well, they didn't ask me.
And that's why you didn't tell them?
Yes.
So in other words, Mr. O'Connor, even though this is one of the most shocking things that you've ever seen, and you're going to remember it to the day you die, and you feel this matter should have been investigated, if those investigators from the House Select Committee didn't ask you the magic question, by golly, you're not about to tell them it. Is that correct?
No, sir. I only answered what I was asked, and that was it.
I see.
Elaborate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There you go. And then they also have proved that the original autopsy notes were burned.
Wow, man. That's insane.
Live in my world and you'll know what I'm talking about. I mean, there was in the pictures, Steve, you have to look at these pictures sometimes because every doctor that was present at Parkland Hospital, they have every one of them saying, look, I don't care what these pictures show. There was a hole in his right temple where it was blown. It entered and it blew out the back of his head. There was not what you think that they're saying that it was. And they freaked out. Why else would there be Secret Service agents standing there during the autopsy of a president? And
I don't know. Was that protocol to make sure that nothing was done to hinder his life, or I mean, how would they know anyway? But
yeah, well,
he was dead man. He was a dead man as soon as that bullet hit his brain, right? I mean, even in modern medicine today, there's no way he could have lived.
He was still alive when he got to the hospital. He had a pulse. I mean, not a pulse, but he had a heartbeat. But it was just, barely hanging on because of the right side of his brain was still receiving messages.
Well, yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean that you're
he was not
going to recover at all.
Although there's something inside of me, and if I ever run into him in the afterlife, I think he knew that he got shot in the head. I think you knew. My little brother did. My little brother said to my big brother, he said, "I think I've hurt my head." And when he hit the floor, it was just like, David said, because whenever we went over there, me and my girlfriend Kay went over there when everybody was over at my uncle's house. We snuck over there, and they had already had the carpets cleaned, but it was a huge, gigantic stain. It was enormous. And it was really sad that day. But, and then when my dad came in there, the last thing he said was, "Daddy, don't let me die. Help me." He was pleading with my dad, and then he went unconscious and never came conscious again. He bled out. It was really sad. So, and that was nothing what happened to him. That just barely just took off a little cap on the top right of his head. I'm talking about my little brother, Dr. B, how he got killed at the hands of my older brother's gun when he just got to work at the Dallas Police Department. And that was a mess, and he was in there playing with it, and he almost shot David. But so for this caliber of a weapon to hit him, from the front it went in, but it was one of those kind of bullets that Sonny talks about that explodes like real or something on impact.
Hollow point?
I know nothing about this stuff, nothing. Mm-hmm. But the best evidence you're going to get at what happened is listen to the doctors that were there. Like that gentleman, he was actually there. They performed a mock trial. It was really interesting. But no, you should read about the doctors. I'll bring you more tomorrow night. I think we're out of time. Take a look and see. No, we have an hour left. What the fuck?
You sound disappointed.
Let's take a break. We'll be right back, you sweet things out there listening. Especially you, RD, and Willie, and Steve, and Dr. B, and Apocalypse, and everybody else.
Especially me.
Turned on the lights, the TV, and the radio. Still I can't escape the ghost of you. What has happened to it all? Crazy summer thing. Where is the life that I recognize? But I won't cry for you.
This is Kevin A. Kierstead from Truth on Tap. It's K-Tap, and you are listening to Debbie Daily on the Debbie Daily Show.
Once prompted you to stay. Pride will tear us both apart. Well, now pride's gone out the window, crossed the rooftops, run away. Left me in the vacuum of my heart. What is happening to me? Crazy, some say. Where is my friend when I need you most? But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, today, forgot tomorrow. Ooh, here beside the news of holy war and holy me, ours is just a little sorrow talk. And I don't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive.
This is Kevin A. Kierstead from Truth on Tap. It's K-Tap, and you are listening to Debbie Daily on the Debbie Daily Show.
We're back. We're back. Me and Steve Rush. Hi, Steve Rush. You're cool.
All right, back. Hi, Debbie Dailers.
No, you're really cool, Steve. I love you.
You're the coolest person that ever said the word cool about me.
You know who else is cool? Dr. B.
Dr. B.
Dr. Bristol's going to go to school and go, hey, man, teacher, you're so wrong. She's going to say, shh, I'm not allowed to teach anything but the Oswald situation.
I think he's going to be smoking in the boys' room some ganja.
No, it's me live, you doo-doo face. I know.
Yeah,
I'm so happy.
you don't know when this is live and when this is Memorex? Come on, Annette. I thought we taught you better than that.
Well,
just kidding.
Annette.
I love me some Annette. I got to ask a question.
What's
and
that?
Please don't take this the wrong way. But you know I'm a photographer, so I took her picture and I blew it up to full screen. Does she have some? Okay, what's her ethnicity?
Nothing. She just looks Chinese.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does she have some Asian in her?
Nope.
She's so beautiful.
Yep, she's very beautiful.
Her eyes are so pretty.
She does it with makeup. I've seen her in the bathtub, in the shower. I've done everything with Annette. So, no, she's beautiful. She's got little almond-shaped eyes.
Any pictures of the said shower? No? Okay, I'll leave that alone. I know.
Steve, you're so cute.
I'm just saying, she's an attractive woman, and you washing her back with soap is completely normal. What's wrong with that?
I know they won, and I probably made a lot of money.
Huh?
Ronald he's like our crazy cousin.
He ain't related to me. No,
Steve. Yes.
I'm just kidding. Willie wants to know, shower, question mark? Well, if you were listening, you missed out on an epic piece of Debbie Daily-isms.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Yes, you did.
So me and you have to do one of those crazy just bang up nutty shops shows that all are about just call-ins, and we have to do that. We haven't done that in like forever. We always start it and then some other shit happens and we get detracted. We get derailed.
We should do that. We should do that. Truly.
Because tonight's was more of just a Skype call, right?
I don't think so. I think it's always good because it's just something to sit back and listen to. I know I enjoy listening to them.
Well, I could enjoy listening to a Skype call is what I'm saying. I mean, it's good interplay and nobody's stepping over each other. It's good to listen to for sure.
Dr. B's here. Where did you go, Dr. B, to take your doggies out? Is he still gone?
Let's see what we got. Well, he didn't write back in the Skype like he's supposed to.
What's wrong?
How many shows you have? Jesus Christ. I was scrolling through your shows the other day and I thought they'd never end. Because on my phone, I don't have to wait like to go to the next 20 or 10 or whatever. Mine just continues to scroll. My Android just
this
rocks.
one's on private. Anyway, moving right along.
Moving right along.
I had 600. I had almost 800 replays. April 7th, I believe. People went crazy. Not on that one show, but on all my shows. On the radio.
The radio.
We should listen
Donna
to
Summer.
us. We should listen to us laughing our asses off. You were not there that night. You missed it, Steve.
I think I heard it.
We laughed our butts off at Eric. Eric had gone to a black show. He gave me I saw it on his Twitter, all black show, and he's in the chat room, and I was going over the old chat log, and we discover it's me and Sonny losing our shit laughing. Sonny's laughing so hard he's hitting his desk. He's laughing so hard. We have to listen to this again. It's just too wonderful. Cool. Brother, he's good.
Steve, cool. I love Steve. Cool.
Steve's
cool
good.
guy.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying he's cool.
Coolness.
Yes.
The fact that we have to say it so many times.
Sonny was making me play your songs.
Whatever you talk about, it's got to be fun. If you got nothing fun to bring to the table, then shut the fuck up.
Then shut up. It's 12:27, so we go on till 1 a.m. or what?
I gotta go for
We
it.
own all of you, motherfucker. We own all America dead, motherfucker.
You have one last shot.
5 feet tall and powerful.
Oh my gosh. You know, if you'd have been an ice cube, Eric, you'd have been melted out. They were just fucking cold shouldering you, brother.
Man, D know what time it is. Look, he's talking like a black guy. Look, D know what time it is. Get the fuck out of here.
Listen to the show. At the end of the show, the guy was begging me to come back next week. He's like, "Oh, you better come back now, bit." He was like wanting me back next week on Sunday.
3 hours just flew by.
Go into the show and in the chat room. Seriously.
Steve, can you hear Curtis mumbling real low? You better accept Jesus as your personal savior.
I'm there.
Curtis is not aware. You're eating. Curtis is not aware of what we're doing. Curtis thinks we're being mean to somebody. We're actually laughing with Eric, and Eric's losing it. And Sonny's watching my screen, so Sonny sees what I'm laughing at. But this is a really bad, this is an hysterical laugh out. Oh, my God, it was funny. Right. Lala was just having some loving, baby.
I saw down there a minute ago it said booty call.
I know. He was bored out of his mind. He was Stop it. No funk. Look like no funk faking going on up in here. I love you, Doctor. I love you, Dr. Fucking Stein. Your funk is the best.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
You have heathens on your show.
Oh, my God.
Oh, they need the Lord.
Oh, my God. I know my stuff now. Bootsy, baby. Oh, my God.
You got to go back and listen to the show. The guy was laughing the whole show. Had
my Lord.
Oh, my God. It was funny. Oh, it's funny stuff. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at you, Eric, but Eric, I think it's funny that you look at this. The first
humans were black.
Sonny,
No shit.
Sonny,
oh, my God.
You're getting desperate now.
Wait a minute.
Wait. What the fuck? What is this? We're all tweaked by the
DNA tweaked by the Inuit or whatever.
You all are
Eric.
You all
oh, my God.
I was fine.
Wait a minute. Wait, Kurt. Willie, if you're still there, look at this thing that Eric said in the chat room. The first humans were black.
Oh, my God.
That was so funny that he said, the first people were black. Nobody would answer him in the chat room. And then he would go to the next one. He would go, ooh, I love me some. But the one that gets me is when he says, I'm going to have some milk and cookies, chocolate chip. And I thought, oh, my God, you've got to go look at that sometime. The link to the chat room is actually in the chat room that's on the show that I'm playing. And there's Eric. Eric is just... The show is called Mandalion or Mandalion or something like that. I can't really pronounce it, but I actually put a link to the chat room in there that he was doing. Yeah,
that's good times.
And it's funny because me and Sonny absolutely lose it. But I felt sorry for Curtis because on the replay I realized that Curtis wasn't really aware of what we were doing. He didn't know.
He was doing Hail Marys through the whole thing.
Yeah, he thought we were being mean. He thought we were being mean to somebody, and we weren't because he just, he was a little bit intoxicated or anything. But something. But it's all good.
That was so sweet though, because he's such a good guy.
He's
like, I love Steve. I think Steve's the best. I like Steve. And that's the kind of guy he is. He says nice things about people, and anything that isn't in a nice manner, he has a difficult time with. So,
well,
the internet's tough for him.
When Sonny clears his throat, he's mad, and he was mad that he thought Kurt was trying to interrupt the show, and Kurt says, Kurt goes, "Oh, I just want to go home to the father now. We need to go home now," and Sonny goes, "I'll load the gun for you. I've got some hollow points over here." He said it'll splatter that all over the place. And I was like, oh, my God. Sonny was being mean to him. But it was okay. I mean, because I respect the opinion of a man like that. If it's somebody like, if somebody said it to him like, Jimmy, just whatever, somebody else said that, I would have jumped his ass right there. But Sonny, I know that there's a reason that Sonny is saying that, and I respect him as a man, as a male figure. I was raised that way.
I don't think there's anybody out here that you respect more than Sonny.
I don't know what it is, and he came at me so hard. He was horrible to me.
Well, yeah, but you gave it right back, and that's what he
sure
respected.
Did. Who wants to hear Bootsy McGee when I did? This is what yes, you're right, Sonny. I mean, Debbie, Steve. It was the bog.
It was
the bog heads.
Nice. Sharing's caring now.
What?
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. I'm caring.
I wish I had some, Lord.
He went through. He went through. I don't even know what I'm saying. Am I talking? Am I talking okay right now?
You are making sentences, I swear.
Is this real?
This is real. Steve's all back.
Hello, all you beautiful people out there in Spreaker Land. This is Bootsy McGee here on Spreaker.com, and I'm here to talk to you about haters. You know what they say, haters gonna hate. And you know that's right, haters is just gonna hate. Now, we have some interviews here today. Our first interview is with our friend Lester the Molester. Lester, how are you today? Well, that's just really, really good. And what do you know about haters? Can you tell us about haters, Lester?
Why, yes, I can. I'm Chester the Molester, and I'm here to tell you that I am only 22 years old. But I'm here to talk to you about a hater on this here Spreaker.com, and her name is Debi Daly. She is 153 years old, and she is the driest old hag you've ever seen in your life. And she's a no-talent hack, and she's a hater. Oh, she's a drama queen, too. The loneliest old twat you ever saw in your life. And us down here in Texas, now you know I'm here on my brother-in-law Johnny's radio station, 'cause he lets me be on here. I ain't got a wife. My wife done left me years ago 'cause I'm an old piece of shit. I'm fat, I'm old, and as a matter of fact, if you look at the picture of me on my show page here, that's the best picture I've ever had took, and I look like shit in it. So you can imagine what I look like in person. What about you, Bootsy?
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going to get me to talk bad about Debi Daly. I actually love Debi Daly. Because you know something? They may call me Bootsy McGee here on the network, but I'm really a boy. I'm a boy. I'm a male. And I hate haters. As a matter of fact, I hate everything. I hate you. I hate me. I I hate my mother. I hate my brother. No, wait a minute. I don't have a brother or a mother. I forgot. I hate my dog. Do I have a dog? I got a cat. That's the closest thing I've ever come to pussy anyway. And I'm going to tell you what, but I've got this person that I'm going to sue. I'm going to get everything she owns. Everything she owns. And I can't wait till I'm sitting across from her and I can say, hey, you old mean thing, I'm going to get that quilt on your bed.
It's making my ears mad at me.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Dr. B. Dr. B, you're so mean all of a sudden, cheering, laughing. You know something? I think I'm talking right now. Am I talking right now, Steve?
Yeah, you're making perfectly good sense, too. So stop it.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. Is it true?
I don't know. We'd have to ask Dr. B. Dr. B, does the rain in Spain fall mainly on the plain?
Rain in Spain, what?
What?
It's from the movie,
Yeah, like you're going to remember right now.
the most famous movie in the whole world.
Beyond the Lighted Stage, Russia's Story. No, that wouldn't have been in it. Sorry.
I wish I had my bonks.
Yeah, I deserve one for that, actually.
You know, the closest thing I've ever come to a bonk is, it's called low horn. It's called, and it just sounds, but I played it one night for you and Sonny. I mean, you and Rooter.
Rooter, yeah.
And Rooter was like, it's called comedy low. It's called comedy low honk. This low honk. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
It's about as close as I can get.
I remember that you used to bonk people, and you give 3 bonks, and then you're off the show. And old Rooter would be like, was that 2 or 3?
Yeah, and he would always talk me into it and stuff. Yet I was wrapped around his freaking finger, you know?
Yeah, absolutely right. Those would go down as my best memories out here. Yeah. The shows me and you had done together, the shows with old Rooter, the shows with the crossing over of the really, really good shows like Vincent DeBay, anything with JP and 3M, I really, really thoroughly enjoy. Anything with Sonny, there's certain shows that just mean a lot to me.
Absolutely.
So,
Why Don't That Telephone Ring was the song that he sang to me that night that made me cry like a baby on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I've cried buckets. I was like, stop it. It's so sad. He sang it pitch perfect. He wasn't drunk. He was drunk, of course, but he wasn't knee walking, whatever.
Right.
Miss you so much.
He was
too
at the
young.
middle stage.
I'm so
Oh, yeah,
stoned.
God, yeah.
I'm so stoned.
Are you? Why? Because you're doing the bong now, right?
Like a little flea just going around the top of up there on the ceiling.
There you go. Whatever that means.
I had the operator call me back. She said my phone is working fine. Here in Louisville it's almost dawn, but it's 2 a.m. Pacific time. I thought she would have called by now to tell me all about that wild and crazy LA scene. Well, I know my number's in her book. Why don't that telephone ring? Don't she know I'm anxiously waiting, longing for her long distance call. I wish I knew what her silence is saying. anything, why don't that telephone ring?
I've always been real blessed in life. My parent, anyway. You know what? I have a song like this. It's called How Can I Miss You When You Won't Go Away?
There you go.
That's the
Makes
name
a
of
lot
my
of sense.
song. It's funny.
I agree with you.
I'm going to have to get a laugh track for this show.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
How can I miss you when you won't go away?
Is that Vic's theme song?
Yes, he won't go away. Sorry, I'm joking. Sort of. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, I can hear us over the speaker. Sorry there, Vicar.
I know, and he's out in the garage, so we got to be nice. I love Vic. He's my best friend.
Always had this distant dream. I said, go make it come true. And you know whatever's in the cards, I'll be right here for you. But that's been too long ago, and now I just don't know if I'm still part of her dream. If I ever cross her mind at all, why don't the telephone ring? Don't you know I'm anxiously waiting, longing for her long distance call. I wish I knew what her silence is saying. If my love means anything, why don't that telephone ring?
I thought it was a dead mic. I'm sorry. I don't know why I filled that part in. He was doing perfectly fine without me.
I'm just sitting here not saying a word.
Letting it linger.
A beautiful moment like that, and you go ring.
I thought you weren't playing it.
You need to be real careful right now, or we'll do Beth.
Oh no, fuck you! I'm so sick of it. I'm gonna break into your house. And I'm gonna take your computer. I'm gonna break it.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody, Steve, say "fuck you" to me. You never said "fuck you" to me before.
Bullshit.
You used to be.
Are you kidding me?
Well, that's true. You used to be.
I said "fuck you" to you several times.
You used to be proud of Beth.
No, but then I heard it, and I was drunk, and it was wrong, and nobody else should have ever done that in their life. And now you're looking for it, so I'm just fucking segueing you right to it.
No, I didn't. I think maybe you've been drunk the whole time you know me, and now this is the first time you're sober, and maybe you don't like me as much.
Now I see you for who you are.
And you can blow me.
Oh, right.
Oh, it's funny. Stephen, never mind. Oh, I got to tell you, I was talking to Stephen, and I was so pissed off. I'm surprised I didn't have steam coming out of my ears. Not at Stephen. I was telling him about something that happened, and I said, and I'm going to be real honest with y'all people. And I said this to Stephen. We were out here by ourselves, and I said, you know what I would do if I was her? I would say, hey, motherfucker, suck my dick. And I said, wait for it. I said, Stephen looked at me like, what the fuck? And I said, Stephen, I don't really have one. And Stephen then he just loses it laughing. I mean, just fall. No, he really did. He fell over sideways. And Stephen always puts one hand on his stomach when he's laughing. And he was losing it. And I said, Stephen, I didn't really say that. I was just using that to make an impact on how mad I would be at him and what I would say. And I was going, Stephen, look at me. Do you know me well enough to know that I would not put up with that? And he goes, no, there's no way you'd put up with that.
There you go.
I even picked up a plant off the floor, and I was like, damn it, Hank, chewed on this plant. And Steve was like, oh, like this, I got to see her get mad at Hank. You can't get mad at Hank.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, no, you can't.
You just love him.
Steve, I need to tell you something. Shh, nobody else is listening. He tore a hole in the fence.
Did he get out?
He got out.
Fucker.
And Stephen got a $225 animal at large ticket because I made him go. I made him go in at the pound because I couldn't. I said, Stephen, please, I can't go in there, please, because all those dogs have been going. And so they gave the receipt to Stephen. So the second time he got loose, Stephen got a dog at large ticket. He goes, hey, man. I go, yeah, this was today. He goes, I got a dog at large ticket. I said, you got what? And I said, oh, crap, I'll give it to me. I'll call the court tomorrow.
Explain to us what that means, because in Chicago we don't have such a ticket.
Yeah, y'all wouldn't waste your time with that. Y'all just probably have murder and...
We're too busy killing each other.
You have a dog that's out running around, and it's got tags on it that says it belongs to you. That's animal at large.
All right. I mean, that seems like a reasonable thing.
Steve, come on, give us a calling all cars.
Adam 743. Yeah, this is 9. Go ahead. We're looking for a dog.
No.
Came out at 9/12.
Wait, stop. Stop. You're not looking for a dog.
Negative squad. Cancel that list.
Listen to Dr. B. Did you hear Dr. B? Do it again.
You're on the frequency. Go ahead, Dr. B.
We got a suspect that is with that missing dog here. Apprehending him. Over.
Yeah, 10-4. The dog is brown in color. Same dog fitting that description.
Roger. Found the missing dog and the suspect in the city square. Over.
Did you say the dog's name's Roger? Over.
No, the only dog's name is, the boys in the station know its name. We don't know in our unit. Over.
I believe the dog's name's Hank. See if he answers to that. If he bites your leg, that was wrong.
Archer, Hank is with Debbie Daly right now, so we didn't find Hank in the cities. Over.
10-4. Do me a favor. Why don't you dispatch that dog over to Central 1 and see if Debbie will come pick it up. Over.
Roger that. Over.
This is the operator. It has to be given to Stephen Montoya.
Squad. I thought I got the wrong information on my ticket. We're going to send that over to Montoya, the boy.
Stephen said to me, Mom, you do realize that I have to have proof of rabies shots. And I went, I wonder if they'll take gunners. So I just...
Stephen have rabies?
I changed the color. I was trying to change the color on the rabies thing, and Stephen goes, Mom, stop. I go, what? He came in, he'd been at work all day, and he goes, what are you doing? I said, what do you think we could do this? He goes, Mom, look at me. He goes, no, we're going to go in there and take him to get his rabies shot. It was just funny. It was just really funny stuff.
I'm glad it all worked out in the end, Deb. That's what matters. You know what I'm feeling?
Stephen said, we'll take it in there and say that we bleached his hair and starved him for a while.
Sounds like you should be getting your dog back really soon.
Get it, Gunner? Because I said, take Gunner's here's rabies thing right here. Take it in there and show it to him. And Stephen goes, Mom, it says 149 pounds chocolate lab. I said, well, because Hank is a lab. And I said, Stephen goes, we'll tell him. Then we starved him for a while and bleached his hair. Anyway, I'm sorry.
As punishment for running away last time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that you've been with me tonight, both of you.
I got a contact buzz, so I'm happy.
I want to know how many straws did y'all have to draw to say, I'll call her tonight. It's like, Steve, you call. All right.
No, I knew I was calling in today.
You took one for the team.
Took one for the team. I always enjoy calling in. It's just I just need time to do it.
Let me tell you, there's a long line behind you waiting to get in the door. Eh?
I know that.
How about that? How did that sound right there? That just happened.
It sounded like a slap to the head.
Boom.
Damn. I'm going to take it like a man and I'm going to cry.
I have a headache and I'm tired. I had those monsters today. Those monsters are just too much, just too much.
Go have something to eat. Lay down. I got to say this, back to the weed thing one more time for the last time. I had never dreamt so well in my life. Like, that sleep was so great and every dream was just in vivid color. Wait.
What'd you dream?
I dreamt a lot of being outside, like in the forest, usually where I shoot. I do a lot of landscape stuff. But everything was much more vivid. And I was with a girl. It wasn't the girl that I was with the night before. It was just with another girl, really, really hot girl. It just seemed like everything was like sensual and soft and colorful. You know what I mean? How could weed affect your dream?
Were you chasing butterflies at one
No.
point? At one point, or no. It's just
No.
it has something to do with the cannabinoids in our brain. We have natural cannabinoids in our brain. Ooh, I sound so smart. And
You
supposedly,
just sound like a doctor.
Listen to me, Dr. B. Maybe I'll be Nurse B. And what? Who is that? You guys doing that?
No, it's in your imagination.
Wait a minute. Jewish producer.
That fucker won't call in.
Uh-oh, wait a
I'm
minute,
having
wait a minute.
Skype issues.
Wait a minute. And if I try for you. Jewish producer, this better not piss me off. This comes from Jewish producer, Free Jimmy.
Free Jimmy.
Every doctor.
Insane.
They have every one of them saying, every doctor.
Insane.
I don't care what these pictures show. Every doctor.
Insane.
These pictures show. Steve, that's not you. That's not you on the show right now saying that?
No, that's me, the part of the cajon.
We may have our... Is it really? These pictures show.
Insane.
These pictures show.
Insane.
These pictures show. There was a hole in his right temple where it was every doctor.
Insane.
And it blew out the back of his head. There was not what you think that they're saying that it was.
That's you playing the cajon.
Why else would there be Secret Service agents standing there during the autopsy of a president?
I don't know, mate. Was that protocol to make sure that nothing was done to hinder his life, or I mean, how would they know anyway?
Gosh dang it, Jimmy!
Damn it! Jewish producer!
Well, that had a little bit of everything.
But don't you get it? It really did sound nuts. I mean, if you really listen, there was really some seriousness put into that. That was a lot of work, and I love that. And it said, because when I said something about the autopsy, you replied with, well, yeah, they have to be careful so that he doesn't die or something. He was already dead.
Right. I said it might be protocol just due to the fact that, they want to make sure everything's done right and there's witnesses.
That's not what you said. I know what you
I don't know. You know what I'm meaning, damn you, so many days.
Don't do it.
Even Willie is laughing.
Don't do it, Steve.
Care.
Don't do it.
No, she's going to get me angry, and I'm going to file like a complaint against Spreaker for anger. She's going to piss me off till I get wet shorts, and I'm going to be like, no, don't do this to me, Dabber. We've been a long time together now. Anger.
Well, Steve, I want to ask you one question, though. What exactly would... I hope this is the right one. Remember that night I hit the wrong thing? How would you word the letter?
Oh, I get what you're saying. Dear attorney.
Attorney? You said you're going to write... I'm sorry.
No, I'm writing this to you? Okay.
You said you were going to make a complaint?
I'm still thinking ex-wives. I'm going to file a complaint right now. Ready?
You said you're going to make
start it up.
You said you're going to make a complaint
you're gonna, I know. Shut up. Are you going to type? Dear...
No. Yeah, wait just a second. I've got to get the paper.
All right.
Go.
Dear Spreaker owner people. It's taking a long time, Deb. There we go. I would like to file a formal complaint with one Miss Debi Daly a.k.a. pain in my ass.
Mm-mm.
She claims that I, when speaking about the late JFK, misspoke. As we know through video transcript,
Hold on, I'm trying to put some more paper in. Wait, sir, would you stop it? I'm on file a complaint. Oh my God, it's stupid.
That's the story of my life.
That's pretty funny. That reminds me of that scene on Blazing Saddles where he goes, we'll get muggers, buggers, thieves. And he goes, okay, go back, dear governor. And he didn't take any of it down. Anyway, it's funny.
Kind of like what you just did. That's why you made that reference. Wow. And I'm back quiet.
Shut up. I'm back out quiet.
I can't steal the whole thing, then I feel bad.
He's going to wish you would remember him. Right, Rooter?
Oh, that's my guy. And you fucker.
We need to
you
make a
told me.
We need to make a Rooter soundboard. Go ahead.
You got to make me that tape. I need a copy of that.
I'll do it.
Remember we couldn't find it? I mean, you looked forever. We couldn't find it?
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff on my external hard drives.
I'll pay for it. Whatever you got to do. I just want a copy of that. That's a good memory in my life.
All right. I take PayPal. I'm joking, Steve. I'll send you the MP3 through Skype or Facebook or what? Or what about Pix 2012? That one?
Yeah, you could do it to my email.
Okay.
pix2112@comcast.net. There, I told everybody, motherfucker. It's all over the internet anywhere. Anyway. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Good night. Bye. Go away. Go to bed.
Don't you tell me that.
Dr. B, go to bed. Jewish producer, that is amazing. That is so funny. Thank you for being such a turd. Should we hear it again? JP, I love you to death.
Yeah, I'll be quiet. I want to hear it, actually.
Every doctor.
Insane.
They have every one of them saying, every doctor.
Insane.
I don't care what these pictures show. Every doctor.
Insane.
These pictures show. These pictures show.
Insane.
These pictures show.
Insane.
These pictures show. There was a hole in his right temple where it was every doctor.
Insane.
And it blew out the back of his head. There was not what you think that they're saying that it was. And they freaked out. Why else would there be Secret Service agents standing there during the autopsy of a president?
I don't know. Was that protocol to make sure that nothing was done to hinder his life or? Shut up.
Is this his afterlife?
His afterlife?
His afterlife?
We don't want his spirit scarred.
To make sure.
Well, you said that he was alive when he arrived at the hospital. He had a pulse. The fuck? What the fuck?
No, it's supposed to just be the fuck.
Fuck.
I'm going to let y'all go. That was excellent, JP, you Jewish person. Anyway, I love you all to death. I'm tired, and I want to go home. Wait a minute. I'm home, I think.
Yeah, you got half of it already done.
Look what you know what? Mr. Midnight Movie says, I'm going to bed, sugar. So even he's thinking about sugar when he's telling me goodnight. You get it?
Aw, how sweet. Yeah. I get it. My God, it's not that complicated.
Say bye-bye.
No, I don't want to go.
Give us a Dr. B. Bye, guys.
No.
I just hung up on Steve. Oh, my God, he's going to be so mad at me. He goes, no. All right, that's it. I'm tired. Listen to this frickin' bird. Listen. I have a nightingale outside my window. No, I'm closed for the evening. Thank you, but the snack bottom ink open for another 15 minutes. After that, it's closed for the evening. Thank you.